Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep, where we create your sleep stories together. I'm Dan Jones, and tonight's bedtime story, weaved from your ideas, follows dog Penny and cat Pickles as they find themselves on an unexpected adventure after meeting a jellyfish in the nearby river. So I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale. And have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps 40 minutes after the sunset, noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows, the glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon, the shades of blue darkening in the sky, and perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight when the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you. Bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1, before we relax into the story. And I'm sure that you have a good reason for wanting to have a good night's sleep. And you've probably had times in the past where having a good night's sleep would have helped. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up, whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. And while it does, you can say to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 6. Saying again to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 5 deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, you don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. Four. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. Three. And sleep begins by closing the eyes and becoming very still and relaxed. 2. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep, just like toppling the first domino, and the rest takes care of itself. 1. Now, as this bedtime story begins, over the next few minutes you can listen to as much or as little of the story as you like, as you drift asleep whenever feels right for you. And in this bedtime story, a cat and a dog are preparing themselves to go out on an adventure. And they get their coats on. They wrap a scarf around their necks to make sure they're going to be warm and comfortable before heading out into the snow. And once ready, the cat and the dog leave the cabin, which is situated in a meadow on a snowy island. And at this time of the year, as they leave that cabin, they trudge through the snow. The dog bounds and likes to jump and roll on his side, tumbling through the snow, almost creating a second coat, a snow coat around him. Whereas the cat gingerly walks, almost on tiptoes, as if trying to avoid the snow, trying to stand tall above the snow. And the dog runs and heads along this meadow, heading to where the hill begins to slant downwards and slides down that hill, and then twists sideways to continue the journey down the hill, rolling, tumbling with his tongue out, flapping around, before landing in a pile of snowdrift at the foot of this hill. And then excitedly jumping around at the foot of the hill, looking up at the cat, who's really taking their time, so carefully walking down that hill, trying to follow the clean area, the area where there's a small amount of grass now showing, as the carpet of snow has been raised and taken down the hill with the dog. And eventually the cat gets to the foot of the hill, and the two of them start following a hedgerow, heading towards a nearby river and a bridge that goes over that river. And the air out here is so crisp, so fresh. And the stars overhead twinkle and shine in the sky. The occasional wispy cloud passing overhead. Gently illuminated by the moon, and at certain times, as the clouds pass in front of the moon, what looks almost like a circular reverse rainbow. Illuminates those clouds around that moon. And as they come to the end of the hedgerow and start walking away from the hedge, so they notice how blustery the day actually is when you're unprotected by the hedge, with a strong crosswind. And the cat is sensible enough to walk on the opposite side of the dog to the wind, using the dog to protect them from the wind. And in their mind they're dreaming of better weather, of remembering what this area is like when it's much warmer, and in this location, on this island, far north of the planet. There's a lot of time when it's covered in snow, or it's cold and dark, but there are some times when there's an explosion of colour. When the ground is vividly green. When there are daisies and dandelions pocketed throughout that green land. When there are bluebells and honeysuckles. And there are all sorts of different trees and plants. And at certain times of the year, just for very brief moments, there'll be an explosion of insects, of butterflies and bees, taking the opportunity to forage among the plants. And then the island reverts back to its black and white state, where everything seems to just be shades of grey from the white snow, to often having a grey sky. And even the trees, where you just see the bark, seems like dark grey and sometimes even black. And so they continue pushing on through the wind, heading to the bridge over the river. The dog's fur flapping around, its ears waggling around in the wind, its tongue waving and flapping. They arrive at the stone bridge, carefully cross that stone bridge and start following a small path down the far side of the river. And as they follow that path, so they see something unusual in the water, and most of the water is frozen on both sides with just a slight clearing of ice down the centre of the river. And there's something bobbing up and down gently in the centre of that river, something unusual. And they get closer. And as they get closer, they notice it seems like it's alive. And the dog picks up a stick, shakes the snow off the stick, heads as close to the ice as he dare go, and reaches with that stick to prod whatever it is that's in the water. And as he prods away, so he suddenly hears an excitable voice erupt from that thing he's prodding as it rises itself slightly out of the water, almost like it was swimming on its front and now it's on its back. And it says, "Oingo boingo, fiddle-dee-dee, who's that brave enough to be poking at me?" And the dog's mouth opens, and he drops the stick and looks at the cat, who just looks back at him with a strange kind of, I don't know, kind of look on its face. And the dog asks who this is. And they say that their name is Mimosassa. They're a jellyfish made of jelly. They used to just be jelly. But then a wizard got annoyed with their attitude, found that they were too overbearing, too loud and bubbly, and said she just seemed to be bouncing off the walls everywhere, and turned them into a jellyfish and threw them into the river. And they've been living in this river as this jellyfish ever since. And they actually quite like it, swimming around every day. They can relax, and as they rest, they smush out and are barely noticed against the water, just bobbing gently up and down on the surface. And they say they have some tentacles that just tickle the surface of the sand beneath them, foraging for food. And they enjoy just swimming up and down lazily, normally going where the water takes them, rarely putting in much effort, listening to conversations. They can loiter near someone fishing, and that person, happily fishing away, may catch things that they can then catch themselves and eat, because they're very intelligent. And they say that they perhaps would like to be as they were, but when they were just a jelly, all they could do was bounce. And they would bounce and smush and splat. And sometimes people would plunge their hands into them and squidge them, just for the sensation of squeezing jelly between their fingertips. And they'd have to then pick all their parts up again, smush themselves back together, jiggle about a bit. But it's also fun to sometimes surprise people who come along the edge of the river, not expecting that anything else is there. But they'd like to have the choice to take the form that they'd like to take. And they ask the names of the cat and the dog. And the dog says, "I'm Penny." And this is Pickles, the cat. And the jellyfish says it's nice to meet them. And Pickles says, "Would you like us to try and find this wizard? Maybe we can encourage them to change the spell they've cast on you." And the jellyfish says that they'd like that if they can. To find the wizard, you have to follow the river until you reach the town and head to the castle. And in the castle, they should be able to direct you to where the wizard is now. And says you'll be able to find me back here when you're done. And so the two animals set off, continuing along the edge of the river. And as they walk, so they pass a duck sitting calmly on an egg, wrapped up with a little jacket and a hat, with the side of the hat pulled down over the side of its head and done up in a little bow under its chin. And they continue on, the trickling and the pleasant sound and scent of that water beside them. The wind still blowing on their face, and they push through that blustery wind. The cat just thinking how much they would like to be resting in front of a fire, back in their cabin. The dog thinking how they'd like to be playing, running around, diving into snow. But instead they're doing this very grown-up thing, going on an adventure And they continue on, following this path. They can see in the distance the gentle wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of the houses in the town. They cut through the orchard on their way to that town. Passing the hexagonal apples designed by the farmer here, specifically so they stop rolling off of tables. They pass out the other side of the orchard, down a small, narrow country path. And there's brambles and leaves and grasses all poking out across the path, but all protected and softened by snow. And some of that snow falls off like a gentle powdery dusting, catching on their fur as they pass. And there's barely a hint of breeze down this narrow path. And at the end of the path is a sty for them to cross. And the dog jumps up and over, and the cat squeezes gently through. As they now walk across a path barely visible, cutting through a field. And the night is gradually approaching morning as they get nearer and nearer to that town. And as they near the town and then cross the boundary into the town, they walk along cobbled streets covered in snow. They can see market traders setting up. And they cut into the arcade here in the town. And even though the arcade is open at the front and the back to the elements, there's still a slight warmth here compared to out on the street. On the other side of the arcade is the town centre. And they walk around that town centre, smelling the different foods, hearing the hustle and bustle of these early morning market traders setting up. And they find their way round. And the cat wants to stop and eat. And the dog is also thinking of their stomach. But they know they should push on. So they continue to walk, heading out the other side of the town. And the castle isn't far beyond the other side of the town, because this town was built back when towns would be built within the grounds of a castle, where a castle would be built up high. And then from that castle, a town would be formed and a wall would be formed around the town. And from the castle, they could see over the town, beyond the wall, and have the best chance of protecting the town if needed. and they begin to ascend towards the entrance to the castle. They get to the castle door. They sit at the castle door, and the dog begins to bark to get attention, and the cat tries to meow. And as there's no one coming to the entrance to let them in, the dog stands up, leaning on the door. The cat runs and jumps and climbs up on the dog, balances on the dog's forehead, and uses her claws to stretch herself up the door as high as she can, until her claws can just about reach the door knocker. And then a slight leap manages to grab that knocker, push off the door, and then let go as the knocker bangs on the door, and the sound of that bang reverberates through the castle. And a short while later, a lock can be heard the other side of the door, and then the door can be heard to be opened, and it creaks and sounds so heavy as it slid open. And both the animals run in, and the dog runs and instantly jumps up into a comfy chair they spy near an enormous fireplace. And the ground in here is a stone ground, and yet it's warm by this enormous fire. And the claws of the cat and dog tap on that stone floor while they move. And the dog leaps up into that most comfortable chair and relaxes down into that comfy chair with that massive crackling fire rumbling away in the fireplace. The enormous, almost triangular looking flume sucking that smoke up and passing it out the top of this castle. And the cat looks around, trying to find who they're supposed to talk to. But the dog is just wanting to relax deeper and deeper into that chair, feeling so comfortable. And they've walked most of the night, and so the two of them are very tired. And the cat sees someone sitting in another comfortable chair at the far end of a hall, and they look very important and dressed very smart. And so they walk down to that person. And as they reach that person, so the person looks up at them and smiles so friendly. And the cat says that their name is Pickles, and this is Penny. And they're here in search of a wizard. And they were told that they'd be able to find out where that wizard is. And they're told that the wizard likes to lead a very isolated life. They seek solitude. And so it's some trek from this town You have to go way through the forest. And it's only when you've passed deep into that forest that you'll find them. But they'll do almost anything to try and be alone and have peace and quiet. And Pickles is told that as you both look so tired, perhaps you want to spend the night. And so Pickles heads back to Penny. And Penny is almost asleep already on that comfy chair. And tells Penny that they've got a room for the night. And so Penny struggles to wake themselves up enough to leave the chair. And very lazily plods along, almost as if it's too much effort to be trying to do this moving and walking. And Penny and Pickles follow someone up to a room. And they head into this comfortable room. They settle down under the most inviting quilt. It's just the right weight and texture, and just the right temperature. As they fall asleep deeply and comfortably. And the next morning, they awaken to incredibly pleasant smells of food wafting through this castle, creeping under the door and tickling their noses. And it doesn't take Penny long to be up and ready to leave the room. And Pickles grooms for a little bit longer. And then they head out of that room. They follow their noses down to a different room to the one they were in before. And as they head down to this room, they can hear someone mumbling and moaning. Saying about how unappreciated they are. That everything round here is just pandemonium. It's all chaos. Suddenly we have these new guests. Suddenly there's all these extra people to cook for and extra things to do. There's never any certainty. You plan for something, and then it just changes because someone decides it's going to be different. And they're having a good old rant to themselves. And they say that everyone just ignores them when they try and talk to people, as if they're not even there. Does everyone just think they're some kind of a robot maid or something? Just come here, do this, do that, help now. You need to do this, you need to do that. And Pickles finds it amusing, the rants that people will have when they think no one's listening, and the smile they put on their face as soon as there's someone there. And as they walk past, Pickles looks over, smiles and says good morning. And the person smiles back and says good morning back in the friendliest of ways. And they know, as soon as they've passed the door, they're going to be just back at it again. and they head through to a large dining room. They get shown to 2 seats. They sit down at the table, and some food is placed in front of them. And Pickles is a little bit more fussy and smells the food and tries a little bit before daintily eating that food, while Penny piles straight in, scoffing the food down as fast as they can eat. And Penny barely notices that there are others here in this dining room, but Pickles is curious about them. There seems to be what looks like an elephant with large ears, but a very young elephant. And there's a lion that has a strange mane that looks like the petals of a dandelion. And there's a camel, and every time it moves, its humps undulate, which catches Pickles' attention. And the baby elephant looks over, still chewing some food, and introduces themselves and says, "Hi, I'm Gumby. This is Pokey," gesturing to the lion. "And this here is Jasper," gesturing to the camel. And Pickles says, "This is Penny and I'm Pickles." And then the elephant continues to eat. And Pickles eats and Penny eats, and they all eat their food, and no one talks to each other while they eat. And as they all finish, so they all head away from the dining room. And Pickles asks why the others are here, and they say that they just needed a place to stay for the night. They'd arrived in the town, and were told the best place to ask for somewhere to stay is up at the castle. They're always inviting and friendly. The elephant says they were just flying by. They got large ears that they can flap. But it's such a blustery day. They were going off course, and it was so hard and so much effort to keep on course that when they saw this town, they decided to stop here and see if they could find somewhere to stay until the weather improves. And Jasper says they've travelled all the way from a distant land. They travelled on a boat. They came to this island. They were looking for somebody who could help them. Their humps are broken. They keep jiggling and moving and undulating with each step they take. And they heard that there's someone who can fix unusual problems like that. And they too found the weather was too blustery for them and too cold. And so they found solace here in the castle. And the lion says that they'd interacted with someone in the forest. They're trying to be friendly, but all they got out of it was having their mane changed to being like a flower. And now they have this bizarre craving to sleep inside daffodils while they look like the head of a dandelion. And Pickles thinks that it sounds like maybe they're all here for this wizard or have met and interacted with the wizard. Maybe when they interact with the wizard, they should be a little careful. Pickles was thinking she doesn't want to have a head looking like a flower. She quite likes the fur she's got there already. And after eating their food and resting for a little bit, and seeing the sun rise from the castle windows, Pickles and Penny leave the castle, and the day is much better than it was yesterday. The air is still. The sun's shining, yet the land is still white. They head down from the castle, walk around the castle to the back of the town. They leave the town and head towards the distant forest. And as they walk towards that distant forest, so they notice that the land is actually starting to shift and change. And they've never been anywhere near this far before, normally just staying near their own cabin. And heading down to the meadows and the land around there. And as they're heading towards that forest, so they notice the snow around a river flowing out from the forest. Possibly the same river that they passed the other side of the town. Seems to be more melted. There's a little bit more grass, and the closer to the forest they get, the warmer the environment seems. And they realize that the water itself even seems warmer. Walking into the forest, they can hear the rustling of the leaves around them, the sounds of birds and other animals from within the forest. They can hear a distant rumble, almost like the sound of thunder. But they know that the sky is clear. And they walk along the edge of the trickling water as it bubbles past. And they can feel, without even touching the water, that the water here is getting warmer and warmer, as the environment here is getting warmer and warmer. Until they come to a very small lake that's gently bubbling. And the land around this lake seems very different from the land outside the forest, with broader leaved plants and a dampness to the air, and that dampness is slightly warm, whereas if you had that dampness outside the forest, it would make your face very cold. And they head through this forest, from that small lake, in search of that cabin And then they see that there's something resembling a cabin poking through the trees, and so they head towards that. And as they get nearer, they can hear some machinery going. And they see a man with long white hair, tie-dye clothing, and electric blue sunglasses, twisting a handle and operating some kind of machinery. And they approach very slowly. And as they get nearer, eventually they get noticed, and that person stops what they're doing, turns to look at them, and gruffly asks what they want, who they are, why they're here. And they say who they are. They say why they're there. Penny then asks who this person is and what they're doing. And they say they're just printing their latest book. It's a book of spells. It's a book about the importance of isolation and spells that you can use to help you to find isolation, to find that stillness in your mind. And Pickles says that they don't want to be a disturbance, but they do have people that they want to help. And this person says that they are the wizard that's being sought. But why would they want to help? Anything they've ever done has been to help them, to be alone, to get rid of distractions. They've never really thought of the others. They've always done what's in their best interests. And Pickles says about some of the characters they've met at the castle. And the wizard says that they know each of those people. They know that lion, they know the elephant, they know the camel. But why would they be interested in helping? When helping means that they see them even more. And as they talk, so the sun begins to set. And as the sun begins to set, there's the most musical, pleasant sound coming from the forest. As the crickets begin to play a chorus. And Penny and Pickles don't give up. They continue to try to encourage this wizard to help. Penny goes off and makes a snow cone for the wizard, thinking anyone who dresses in tie-dye and sunglasses in the middle of a forest is probably fun at heart and has a sense of humour. They did turn jelly into a jellyfish, after all. And they did make the lion's mane look like a dandelion. So they must have some sense of humour and some childish, fun qualities. They don't accept the snow cone. They just want Pickles and Penny to go away. And so Penny tries running around and chasing his tail. He tries to have the kind of fun that's normally excited others. But this just makes the wizard want to get even further away. And so Penny says, well, if I can't excite you, if I can't get you to have fun, do you not at least have a fire and a comfortable place I can sleep? I like sleeping in comfortable chairs, listening to the crackling fire, relaxing, and just drifting deeper and deeper into my own mind, where my mind gets very still. And Pickles says I spend about 15 hours a day sleeping, dreaming, purring, normally relaxing on a rug in front of a fire. And Pickles says I also like to be alone a lot. I'm a very solitary character. I do my rounds every day and then go and rest, and I decide when I'm with people and when I'm not. And when people decide they want to be with me, normally, if I don't want that, I walk away. And the wizard can relate to this. He can relate to that stillness, that desire for peace, for relaxing. But Penny says they also like having connection and encountering others and learning. And Pickles says they like watching others, normally from afar, and figuring out who does what and why. And likes working out what's going on inside the minds of others. And the wizard begins to warm to them. And as that wizard warms to them and steps on the floorboards in this cabin, one of the floorboards creaks and Penny jumps. And then the wizard comments on the smell and looks at Pickles and Penny. And Pickles says, that wasn't me, that's Penny farting. Whenever Penny gets nervous and jumps, it happens quite a lot. You know when Penny's nervous, even when Penny pretends that they're not. And a gentle smile appears on the wizard's face. And the wizard heads outside and comes back with a snow cone. And then sprinkles some fairy dust on the top of that snow cone and says, take that back with you that you'll have to be very quick. And just hand that to each of the creatures that need help. And they can each just have one lick of that snow cone, and it'll make changes within them on a deep level, down in their DNA, that'll change them in their mind and body, helping them to develop the life they want and turn back to how they want. And they'll find themselves back where they want. Almost like it'll grant them a wish, but not a wish they consciously think, but one they just non-consciously know. But you have to be very, very quick, because it'll melt if you don't get out of the forest quickly. And Pickles knows that this is also a sign from the wizard to say, I've had enough of you being here now. It's time now to go. And Pickles asks, how do we get out the forest quickly? And the wizard guides them out the back of the cabin. And out the back of the cabin is a sundial in a garden, and what looks like a giant catapult. And that catapult looks ready to fire. And the wizard goes over to the sundial, twists that sundial, and while twisting the sundial, so the catapult twists and moves and directs itself elsewhere. And he lines it up with where he thinks it needs to go. He then tells the two of them to climb into the catapult. And then with a Bunsen burner, he sets fire to the string that's holding that catapult in place. And all three of them watch that string as it slowly burns through, until suddenly it gives way, and in an instant they feel themselves pushed back in that catapult and then fired out, and they can see a electric blue shining blob in the sky, and they seem to be aiming directly at it. And they close their eyes as if they think they're about to strike this blue shining blob in the sky. And then they open their eyes and realize they just passed straight through it. And they can now see below them that castle. And they continue flying through the sky, now lowering down towards that castle. And they realize they're aiming straight for a pile of straw. And they crash down and bounce on that straw and roll off the straw. And that snow cone is still intact, with its sprinkles on top. And they dash to the castle, enter that castle. They were seen flying through the air as if out of nowhere. And they explain what this snow cone is. and the lion takes no time at all in running over and licking that snow cone. And with sparkling light tinkling and twinkling around its neck, its mane reverts to a proper lion's mane, and he swings his head slowly, enjoying the feeling of his mane swinging. And Pickles feels a little jealous as she moves her head a bit and has no mane at all. And she can't help but just have a little touch of that lion's mane. And the elephant licks the cone, and changes begin to happen for them, and the camel licks the cone as changes happen for them too. And the camel starts to fade, and while fading, thanks the two of them for their help. And as they're fading, so a slight shimmer of a desert can be seen around where they're fading, as if they're fading back to where they want to be. And while that cone is not yet melted, they dash out of the castle, dash through the town. They head along the edge of the river, finding their way to the jellyfish. And Pickles is brave enough to jump onto Penny's back and gently dig her claws in just enough to make Penny leap from the side, crash through the ice and land in the water, while Pickles bravely holds that snow cone up above her, keeping it out of the water until they reach the jellyfish, and then lowers it down for the jellyfish, who absorbs that snow cone. And then the space around the jellyfish within the water begins to sparkle and shine, as Penny, a little annoyed with Pickles, swims back to the shore. Pickles jumps off. Penny braces himself and shakes violently, and then looks all puffed up and fluffy, but is at least a bit drier now. And that sparkling, bubbling continues in the water. And then rising out of the water is that jellyfish. And as the jellyfish rises, so it turns into a person, into a young child, who thanks the two animals and says that they've been jelly and then a jellyfish, but really all they wanted was to enjoy life as a child, and that they'll head to the castle where they know they'll be given a place to stay, and they can take their childlike mindset and let themselves grow up how they want to grow up and learn in a whole new way. And Pickles and Penny having been on an adventure they never planned, head back to their own cabin. They head into that cabin, and as they head into the cabin, they see a brown paper package wrapped up. It looks like it must have just been pushed through the pet flap in the door. And together they carefully pull on the knot, remove the string from around the package, open that package, and inside they find 2 tie-dye knitted jumpers. One for Pickles and one for Penny. And a little note that just says, "Thank you for making an old man smile." And they put their jumpers on. They settle down in the most cozy spaces, with Pickles resting in front of the fire, Penny in the most comfortable chair, and they drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And this bedtime story follows the adventures of a guinea pig. And this guinea pig has been going on a journey through vast woodland in search of a lost scroll. And as they walk through that woodland, listening to the sounds of the leaves rustling overhead, the sounds of the crunching leaves underfoot, the way the light dances on the path before them. From time to time they have to take out a map, look at the map to make sure they're still on track. And they have a small little compass that they check with to make sure they're heading in the correct direction. And being a guinea pig, their legs are tiny, and the journey is taking a very long time. And so they continue this journey through the woodland, taking in the sights and sounds of the woodland, breathing in the fresh woodland air. And as they continue on, they can hear the distant sound of flowing water. And they head along in the direction of that water, with the plan to follow the stream through this woodland, hoping that maybe it would be easier to travel along the edge of the stream. And so they cut through the woodland in the direction of the sound of flowing water. Until eventually they find that small stream. They begin to follow the stream. And as they walk along the edge of this small stream, where the bank of the stream is clear of trees, this area catches some sunlight, and the sunlight shimmers on the surface of the water. Like tiny sparkles, glistening and shining. They walk along the edge of the stream. Until they see a row of ducks just sunbathing on the side of the stream up on the bank. And they stop by the ducks for a while. They check with the ducks that they're heading in the right direction, saying where they're going. And the ducks confirm that this stream weaves its way around to a town just beyond the woodland, and is certainly the easiest route to that town. And those ducks continue to rest there in the sunlight, stretching their wings out, soaking up as much of the sun as they can. As the guinea pig continues on their journey, enjoying the fresh water smell. And while they continue on their journey, they hear a really posh voice coming from somewhere in front of them. And they're approaching a turning in the stream, and at this turning, a tall reeds obstructing the view. And so they head round, and they trudge around the outside of those reeds. And the other side of the reeds, they see a posh turtle wearing a turtleneck jumper, holding a complete works of Shakespeare. And they're reading through that complete works of Shakespeare out loud, as if they're perhaps an actor. And the guinea pig stops and watches for a while. And the turtle doesn't notice them at first. And then suddenly is startled by their presence. But the guinea pig tells them to continue on. They actually liked what they could hear. And so the turtle carries on reading that Shakespeare. And while they read the Shakespeare, gesticulating and talking in a very grand and overt way, the guinea pig finds themselves transfixed on the turtle's performance. And as the turtle comes to the end of their performance and gives a bow, the guinea pig claps and applauds that turtle's performance. And the turtle tells them they've heard of this legendary theatre they'd like to go and perform in, called the Globe. And they've been training for years. And so far, all of the audiences that they've had have just been totally unreasonable people. They've found so many people walk away before they've even finished a performance. And whenever he asks for feedback, they change the topic. And the guinea pig shares that they actually liked it and thought it was impressive. And so the turtle says that they have a gift for the guinea pig. Something that may help them on their journey. And they slowly walk to the water's edge. And they slowly reach into the water and pull out a water lily. And they do so incredibly carefully. And then slowly head back to the guinea pig. And they rest that water lily on the ground in front of the guinea pig. And they say, "Wait." And they look expectantly at the guinea pig. And the guinea pig doesn't know what they're supposed to be doing. And so they just look back at the turtle. And the turtle continues to look at them. And the guinea pig's eyes want to waver. But the turtle just says, "No, wait." And so they carry on waiting. And then after what seemed like a very, very long time, the turtle lowers their gaze down to the water lily and then says, "Okay, you can look now." And the guinea pig looks down at that water lily and sees that there's some water within it. And that water has become incredibly still, almost like a mirror. And with the angle of the light and the angle there stood around that water lily, the guinea pig can see their own reflection in the water within the lily. And as they gaze into their reflection, the turtle talks in the background. And tells the guinea pig to look into your own eyes. Not around your eyes. Just gaze straight into your own eyes, as if you're looking into your own soul. And as the guinea pig gazes into their own eyes in that reflection, so the turtle continues talking, and everything around their own eyes begins to fade away, almost turning black. But not black because it's actually turning black, but turning black because they stop paying it any attention. The only thing they're paying attention to is their own eyes looking back at them. And as they continue to gaze into their own eyes, so they start having that strange feeling. That feeling like the eyes looking back at them seem like different eyes. Almost like there's somebody else looking at them while they're looking at that other person. But they know those eyes are just their eyes. And yet, it takes on almost like an infinite loop of absorption between their eyes and the eyes gazing back. Like that reflection is another being looking back at them, and the turtle just talks softly in the background. And as you continue looking into your own eyes, you can see deep inside yourself. You can begin to notice the true you, a reflection of who you really are, of your strengths, of challenges to be overcome, of learnings not yet made, and discoveries not yet had. And the more they look into their own eyes, the more profound the experience becomes for them. So much so that the blackness surrounding the eyes begins to shimmer with an electric blue, almost like electric blue lightning is starting to fizz from the center of that lily out to their peripheral vision. As if they're being drawn deeper and deeper into the experience. And at just the right moment, the turtle yanks that lily away and says, "Sleep." And the guinea pig's eyes close and they drop deeper and deeper asleep, standing there, head looking in the direction the lily was. And the turtle says, "On your journey, you're going to meet some curious characters. And a part of you will know how to learn from each interaction. And you won't know consciously exactly how you're learning, because it'll be instinctive and automatic. And then there's a moment of silence, and the guinea pig can't work out how long that silence lasts. Was it a moment? Was it an hour? And as their eyes open by themselves when the time is right, the turtle carries on talking to them as if none of what had just happened had actually happened. And the guinea pig says, "I'm sure something just happened." And the turtle responds, "That's right. You're sure something just happened." "But I know something must have happened." "That's right, I know. Something really must have happened." "But you did something." "That's right, I did something. But I don't remember what." "You really don't remember. It's like it's just gone now, as you go now, on your journey. And I'll see you in the theatre when I get there." And in a slight daze, and with a pat on the shoulder, the guinea pig continues their journey, enjoying the bubbling of the water alongside them, heading towards a village. And they continue that journey until they can see the smoke rising softly from the chimneys of the buildings in the village. And they head over undulating grassy hills, following this stream as it weaves and flows over rocks, sometimes bubbling louder, other times flowing so softly and so faintly. Like it's leading its own life, full of twists and turns, sometimes rough and sometimes calm, but all the time heading forward. And as they approach the village, they can hear the hustle and bustle of traders and people milling around. They decide that they want to grab something to eat, and so they follow their nose. They head into a bakery, and in that bakery they see a cheetah behind the counter, an elderly cheetah wearing an apron caked in flour and some flour in their fur. And with a smile, the cheetah asks what they would like. And they have themselves some food from this bakery. And they ask, just out of curiosity, how long the cheetah's been doing this, and they say they're 73, and they've ran this bakery for the last 50 years. And they, if they don't mind themselves saying, are the best baker in town. Well, they're the only baker in this village. And the guinea pig smiles, and the cheetah hands them something for their journey and says, "You'll probably be needing this," as they hand them a sponge cake. And the guinea pig thanks them and now heads to somewhere to stay for the night. And they head down to the inn in this village. And down at the inn, the Honeypot Inn, they see a little mouse called Klaus standing on the counter. And Klaus calls down to the guinea pig, and there's a path up onto the counter. And in this inn are many different animals enjoying a late afternoon drink. There's a manatee sat in the corner, drinking a pint of bitter. There's a squirrel called Quirrell, drinking some whiskey by the fire. And the mouse asks the guinea pig if they'd like a drink, and they say they're really there to see if they can have a room for the night. And they get given a key to a room, and they head up to that room. They place their belongings on the bed, they bounce around a little bit on the bed. They jump up onto the windowsill to take a look out of the window, up and down the street of the village as the sun sets and the street lights are turned on. And as it gets later and later, they settle down in bed and drift peacefully asleep for the night. And the next morning, after enjoying a good night's sleep, they prepare for their journey for the day. They get the sewing kit out of their backpack. They stitch up the holes in their socks. They head down and see Klaus, who asks how the room was, and they say it was okay. And they have something to eat before preparing to continue their journey. And as they're about to leave the inn, so they're stopped by a pig. And this pig tells them that they got this message from a turtle. That you might need some help to make your journey quicker. And the guinea pig says that they do have a long way to go. How can you make the journey quicker? And the pig says you can always ride on me. I'm a magical pig. And the guinea pig laughs in disbelief. And so the pig says, come outside with me. And they head outside. And they close their eyes really tight. And they hold their breath as if straining. And then sparkling happens around their body. And white feathered wings start to form out from the sides of the pig as the pig's cheeks go red while straining. And then they stop straining and take a deep breath and open their eyes. Say, see? I'm magical. And so the guinea pig climbed up the leg of the pig up onto its back and held on tight. And as the pig started running down the street, flapping its wings and then leaping into the sky, it asked, so where are we actually going? And the guinea pig said, I need to reach the mountains. If you can get me to the foot of the mountains, I can make the rest of the journey myself. And so the pig flew them towards the distant mountains. The wind passing over the guinea pig's fur, the sight of the woodland below, and the meadows stretched out in all directions, the undulating hills, the wind blowing across the grass, making waves of light and dark spread out and pulse over the landscape. The glistening sunlight reflecting off the stream as they head towards those mountains. And while the pig flies, so it engages in small talk. And the guinea pig just responds in a friendly kind of way, not over interested in what the pig is saying, but grateful for the pig's help. And eventually, they get closer and closer to the mountains, and the air begins to change. The air being pushed up as it hits the front of the mountains. And then getting closer and encountering cold air being pushed down. And the pig lands at the foot of the mountains, near a mountain path. And the guinea pig thanks them, says that they can make the rest of this journey on their own from here. And to a guinea pig, a mountain is an enormous climb. And as they start to climb, initially they start to get warmer and warmer, with all of that walking uphill. But then as they continue climbing, so the landscape around them starts to get colder and colder. And they start to notice snow around them at their level. And so out of their backpack, they take a wool jumper and they place that fluffy woolen jumper on and continue their climbing, following this path. And the path is quite easy to climb. The hard part is the distance and it all being uphill. And so they climb higher and higher. And while they climb, they see some white rabbits building snowmen. And they can see that there's another group of snowmen they've built before, which are beginning to thaw with droopy faces and their nose lying on the floor. And they continue climbing. And they can see in the distance, about 3/4 of the way up the mountains, a hint of smoke rising from a chimney. And from here they can't see the actual building. But they know that they need to get to that building. It's on their map as their next destination. And at that building, they'll be able to prepare for the next leg of their journey. And so they carry on climbing. And eventually they're climbing, having to walk through snow. Their tiny feet barely making a dent in the snow, just the most delicate, soft crunching sound with each step. And eventually they can see the stone building. It's a grey stone building, and the roof is covered with snow. There's a grey chimney poking out the top, and smoke wispily rising into the sky. And the door is a dark, very solid looking wooden door. And there's a notice on the front of this building. And the notice says Instrument Repair Shop. And so they push on the door and a bell trings and the door closes behind them. And they can hear some ticking clocks hanging on the walls of this repair shop. And they can see different instruments dotted around this repair shop. And some of those instruments are musical, and other instruments do other things. And as they look around, the air in here is so still. Although there's the ticking, there's a silence to this environment. And they look for the owner or whoever's here. And out from the back walks a grumpy armadillo. Who's here now? What do I have to do now? Always someone wanting something. And the armadillo, wearing silver gloves, comes out whinging and moaning. And he sees that guinea pig. And the guinea pig acknowledges him in a very friendly kind of way. And the armadillo just says, "I'm Moss, what do you want? People only ever want to come here to see me when they want something." And the guinea pig thinks, unfortunately, it's true, they're only here because they want something. They need to get across to the other side of the mountains. And then they need to go through the dark forest. And they've heard that what they need to do this can be found here. And so they ask why this shop is in such an odd location. And Moss says that they don't really get on well with others. They like having their distance. But people come here when they want something repaired. And as they're talking so, they put a violin down on a counter. And they start to repair that violin. And the guinea pig asks what happened to the violin. And they say that the violin belongs to Daddy Longlegs. And Daddy Longlegs is a gangster giraffe. And they often mix up the violin cases with guns in, with the violin cases with violins in. And inevitably, violins get shot and damaged. And then it comes down to Moss to have to fix them. And Moss tells the guinea pig they know what'll be helpful. They enjoy this isolation, while also then complaining that no one ever sees them, unless they want something. And so they say they can't complain, but they suppose they will. And then the armadillo hands the guinea pig a purple watch and says, "This purple watch will be able to help you on your journey. It emits a purple glow and a pulse of light, and that pulse of light will mark out your path in the dark. And the watch will vibrate ever so slightly. And that'll keep you on track. And so, on one of its front legs, the guinea pig puts on that purple watch. They then get handed a glow-in-the-dark, luminous t-shirt and a glow-in-the-dark scarf. And they get told these should keep you visible and help you to see. It will just keep enough light around you for you to find your way. And the guinea pig wonders whether the armadillo is just trying to make them look stupid, almost like a practical joke that they're playing because they don't get many visitors here. And they get told that one last thing that'll help you to get to where you're going is out the back. And so the guinea pig gets shown through the shop. And out the back of the shop, through another door, through another room, is a steep set of stairs. And they walk the guinea pig up those stairs. And at the top of the stairs is a door. And they open that door, and before them is a diving board. And it's incredibly windy up here. And the armadillo says, that diving board will take you over the other side of the mountain. Just run to the end, bounce on the diving board. You'll be fine. Just dive off the end and you can dive over to the other side of the mountain. And the guinea pig is a bit twitchy about this, a bit kind of unsure, thinking it doesn't sound particularly safe. And so the armadillo hands them a flute and tells them, just after you've dived off the end of the diving board, jump onto this flute and just blow across the mouthpiece of the flute. You'll be fine. And so the guinea pig takes that flute and, trying to hold the flute under one leg, runs to the end of the diving board with the other 3 legs and bounces off the end, quickly gripping the flute with all its legs and blowing across the mouthpiece of the flute. And as the tune emits from the flute, so sparkling light starts to come from that flute, and almost like a witch's broom, the guinea pig discovers this flute can fly, and with a gentle lean left or right, or backwards or forwards, the flute changes direction. And as the note begins to fade, the guinea pig has to blow the note again. to keep that flute flying in the air. And the guinea pig manages to fly down the far side of the mountain, skim the tips of the treetops, before weaving between the trees and landing in that dark forest, the flute skidding to a halt in the undergrowth. And there's a low and gentle mist weaving and wrapping its way around the trunks of the trees. And this forest is so dark and so quiet. And although the mist is gently moving, the air seems to be incredibly still. And the only light is the glow from the scarf, the t-shirt, and then with a tap on the watch, that purple watch begins to pulse, and the purple light spreads out among the forest floor with a slightly stronger purple light in the direction the guinea pig needs to go. And any time the guinea pig veers slightly off route, even just to try and weave around trees or climbing over logs, the watch buzzes ever so slightly, and the physical sensation is understood by the guinea pig as they move back on track. And in this dark wood, in this dark forest, they can't tell whether it's nighttime or evening, whether it's dark even in the daytime, because it was lighter the other side of the mountains when they were heading into that shop, and they don't feel they're in the shop too long. And a part of their mind is already thinking how they're going to get back. They don't know if flutes can fly off the ground, or if you need to already be in the air to fly a flute. But they carry on their journey, thinking one thing at a time. And as they carry on through this pitch black forest, so they see the most pure white light, initially faintly glistening in the distance. And they notice that white light is on their journey, is directly on the path they're taking. And so they wonder whether that must be where they need to be going. And they head towards that light as it gets brighter and brighter while they get closer and closer. And the white light seems to be emitting a gentle tinkling sound of bells, slightly echoing and reverberating around this forest. And although that white light is bright where it is, the forest itself seems to dull the light, stopping the light from penetrating too far from its source. And they continue on towards that light. And as they get nearer and nearer, they start to see there's something that looks incredibly beautiful in the center of that light. And as their eyes adjust to see more detail within the light, they notice a sparkling butterfly with the most delicate looking silk wings. And this butterfly seems to be frozen. It's not moving, almost like it's a statue of a butterfly, and yet it looks like a real butterfly. And the guinea pig works around that butterfly, taking a look at different angles, thinking how much it looks like an ice sculpture of a butterfly, and yet it just looks like it's alive. And then the guinea pig touches that butterfly, and it feels incredibly cold. Feels like very slightly damp ice, like ice that's just beginning to melt. And the guinea pig continues looking around, trying to figure out, this seems to be the next stop they need to make. But what does it mean? And as they look around, they notice that where they touched on that butterfly is thawing slightly faster than the rest of the butterfly. And so they light a small fire in front of the butterfly, a little way away from the butterfly, so there's just a delicate amount of heat, like the warmth of a paw touching the ice. And with that, the water gradually drips more off that butterfly. And after a long wait, the butterfly still looks incredibly silky and pure white. And it looks so fluffy in its body, but that fluff is like incredibly fine snowflakes, somehow hung together, almost like the snowflakes of its fluff are weaved together with the most delicately weaved silk wings. And as the last drop of water falls from that butterfly, so its wings begin to move, its legs begin to stretch out. It begins to move its head, its eyes, and then starts to talk to the guinea pig. And the guinea pig says that they woke this butterfly because they need the butterfly's help. And they show the map. They show where they're trying to get to. And they show that it shows they're supposed to come here to get there. And this butterfly says that their name is Blizzard, and that they're something of a wizard. They can perform magic, and that what they need from you is just to be able to carry you. So they just need you to turn around, they say to the guinea pig. And so the guinea pig turns around. And looking back over their shoulder, they see the butterfly flapping its wings and hovering above them, carefully, almost like a claw game, manoeuvring itself above them to take hold of them delicately with their legs. And then it flaps and flies up through the trees, out of the forest, and carries them towards their last location. And it's a tall mountain with a flat top that juts out of this forest. And the sides are almost sheer, and it's known as the trash can because it looks like an upside down trash can. And everyone seems to be rubbish at climbing it. And the butterfly, glowing in the sky, carries that guinea pig up around the side of that mountain, all the way to the top. It lands them on the top and says it'll wait with them because it knows that its job is to also take them back over to the other side of the mountain once they've done what they're here to do. And so the guinea pig thinks, and that butterfly, and can see the ruins of a building up here. And yet there's no way of getting up here. And these ruins are so old. And the map shows this is the location to arrive at. And they head into the ruins. They start to explore the ruins. They head through an old door that no longer exists and descend some steps, following those steps deeper and deeper into this mountain until they find another door. They open that door, and as they open the door, so the room the other side of the door springs into light. And in the centre of this room, they can see a pedestal. And resting on that pedestal is what looks like a board. And they pick up that board, and on the board they read in a different language that this is the yes, yes board. If you can answer yes, then you can have access to the scroll. And it says that this works by having you only give an automatic answer, not one you give thought to, but one that you just deeply understand. And it tells the guinea pig to rest a paw on either side of this board. And while resting a paw on either side of a board, a sentence forms between those paws on the board. A question for the guinea pig. And the question is, what do you see when you look into yourself? And the guinea pig thinks about it, and thinks about it some more. And as they continue thinking, they think they don't really know the answer. They only know the experience. It was like just a circular experience going on and on and on, of seeing themselves, looking at themselves, into themselves, seeing themselves. They don't know how to put it into words. And yes, lights up on the board, and they understand it's not about the words you use. It's about the understanding you have. And as they continue gazing at the board, and that question fades, almost like light dispersing like smoke. And another sentence begins to form. And as they look at that sentence forming, they see that it's asking how you fix something that isn't broken. And they think about the answer, and they don't know the answer consciously. And they try and think about whether you would know that you're broken or that something is broken if it seems fixed. They think about what can be fixed that's broken, that seems fixed. And it takes a moment, but the answer forms in their mind, but only as a concept, as an idea. And they feel a warmth within their body as the idea forms. And it's another idea they can't put into words, that they can only understand instinctively. They know they learnt this from the turtle in the turtleneck. And the other yes lights up, and then a click on the wall happens, and a stone door slides aside, and a scroll falls out of that hole onto a ledge. And they head over to that scroll. They carefully open the scroll. And as they open the scroll and begin to read the writing, they start to understand what this journey was about. and they take a nearby quill, and they can see there are other names that have been signed at the bottom of the scroll. And next to the scroll, next to that shelf, is a small little inkwell with the ink of 1,000 octopus. They dip the quill in the ink. They sign their name at the bottom of the scroll. They wait while the ink dries, watching that ink go from shiny to matte and smooth. Before rolling the scroll up again, placing that scroll back into that gap in the wall. And as they do, the stone door slides shut again. And as the stone door slides shut, so a stone door in the ceiling of this room opens, and a small hat falls to the ground. And the guinea pig picks up that small fez hat, places it on their head as their gift to be taken away, along with the knowledge of what was on that scroll. Knowledge that's only for those who've been lucky enough to make this journey and to succeed in getting to the scroll, to add their names to the list of those lucky enough to have been here. They then work their way back out of this chamber, up all those stairs, and head back out of the ruins. And that butterfly is still just resting there, waiting to give them a lift back to the other side of the mountain. And before setting off, they take a tiny camera out of their backpack, and facing away from the ruins, with just the sky to be seen, they ask the butterfly if they can just take a selfie together to remember this moment. And so they take that selfie together. Place the camera back in their backpack. The butterfly again flies above them carefully, taking them in its legs. And without asking any questions about what they found and what they saw here, begins to fly them back towards the mountain. And as they're flying, so the guinea pig, being held by the butterfly, takes some sponge cake from its backpack and just enjoys eating some of that sponge cake during its journey. And flies back over the mountain. and the butterfly lands down the other side of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, that flying pig is just loitering in the meadow. And the guinea pig says goodbye to the butterfly. The butterfly says it's time for them to go back to where they were found. And they'll go back into stasis for the next person that finds them. And the pig flies them back to that village. And they decide to spend another night in the Honey Pot Inn. Before continuing their journey home the next day. And while they're in a room in the Honey Pot Inn, they think about the experience they've had, and they wonder what they're going to do with the map so that someone else can find it. And with that, they hear a knock at their door. And they open the door and a turtle is stood there. And the turtle says they're going to the globe. And that they know that you have something for them to take with them. And so the guinea pig understands the situation and goes and gets that map. And hands the map to the turtle, who gives a gentle smile. And says they'll place this somewhere on their journey to the globe for the next person to discover it. And the guinea pig realizes this turtle was the one who'd placed it where they first found it. They found it a few years earlier while out for a walk, and as they were walking around, they're in search of a cake, as they often are. And they were looking for a bakery to get that cake from. And they'd bought themselves a Battenberg cake. And they were sat on a hillside, enjoying that cake. And they heard a sound. And they went and headed towards that sound. And they found an unusual sight. It was a snowman thawing despite there being no snow. And this snowman was thawing fast. And within the ball at the top of the snowman, the ball that made up its head, something was poking out of the thawing snow. And it was a map in a small brown box. And a note encouraging them to go and explore. And they don't know why they were chosen. But they now know it was the turtle who'd left that there for them to find. And the turtle explains they've been around for hundreds of years. And it's their job to spread wisdom. They take a very slow approach to life. But taking a slow approach to life brings knowledge and wisdom. You see everything rushing past around you, and you understand things in a whole new way. And they say now they're on a trip to the globe, and that'll give them the chance to let somebody else make their own discoveries. And so the guinea pig gets a good night's sleep at the inn before heading home the next day. And the journey home's a long one. But once they make it home, they pack everything away from their backpack. They place that purple watch onto a shelf. They pack away the t-shirt, the scarf. They put the hat on display. They then brush their teeth before heading to bed. And there's nothing better than getting home to your own bed, resting down, closing your eyes, falling asleep, drifting and floating peacefully, relaxed into Slumberland. And a glass pyramid-looking spaceship is tumbling through space. And the space cats on that glass pyramid are trying to work at getting back control of the pyramid. And from their perspective, they don't feel that it's tumbling. The only thing that lets them know that that glass pyramid is tumbling, other than their instruments, is the slowly moving stars outside of the windows. Like a slightly sped up time lapse of the stars passing overhead on the night sky. And those cats work together to try and fix the problem in this pyramid spaceship. And on their journey to Mars, one of the thrusters had become faulty and locked itself on, and they managed to turn that thruster off. But the pyramid was stuck in a spin. Some of those cats are incredibly smart, and so they're working on a solution to correct the spin of the pyramid. And it takes them a while of working day and night to fix that pyramid, to stop it spinning in space. And as they're trying to fix that spinning, so the pyramid is heading off course. And while it's heading off course, they notice that it seems to be on track with an anomaly in space. And some of the cats are getting restless as it spins. And it gets closer and closer to that anomaly. And as it approaches the anomaly, so they can observe that even more, and they see that it looks like a river in space, like a river with no beginning, no end, just pulsating, almost like a ring of water, with that water pulsing from one end to the other. But as they approach, that pulsing looks to go on forever. They can't see the far end. And once they cross a certain boundary, even when they look behind them, it now looks like that pulsing river is pulsing endlessly behind them, like they're enveloped in the pulsing water, caught in time. As that pyramid spins down this river in space. And despite not seeing an end or a beginning, something about being in this space here is that it seems to create a very slight drag on the pyramid, gradually slowing its spin, helping to calm that pyramid down. And as it exits this space, the cats finally solve the issue and correct the different thrusters and have control back over the pyramid. But that pulsing river in space seemed like it was just pushing in a single direction, like the flow of the river was from where they came from through to where they've ended up. And they now find themselves facing a night sky that's unfamiliar. They don't recognize any of the patterns of stars. And their computers don't recognize any of the patterns of stars, their star maps don't seem to have these stars in their database. But the ship is always scanning, and so it scans, and it starts to map these new stars, building a new database of this location. And as they move away from that river in space, so that they can get a better view looking back on it, they see that it looks like some kind of a portal or wormhole, but that it seems that this is an exit, and they try to fly the pyramid back through this wormhole, only to find that never mind how fast they accelerate, they can't get close enough to enter this wormhole. And so they set their sights on the nearest star system. And they travel in the direction of that star, not knowing what they'll find. And as they approach the star system, so they scan the different planets, and they find a planet with life. And they circle that planet, scanning in rows around the planet as they go, as they orbit the planet over and over again. And they scan terrain, and they find somewhere to land before heading down in that glass pyramid to land their ship. And they decide to land near the northernmost pole, landing in the snow, assuming that they're unlikely to be seen here. And as they land, their ship melts the snow beneath it and sinks down some distance into the snowy surface. And they send out some drones to explore the landscape before they leave the ship. And this area is far enough away from the coldest part of the poles that it begins to snow, and snow begins to settle around the ship. Almost like encasing it in its own igloo carefully hiding it from view. And when the drones come back, saying that everything here is clear and safe and the air is breathable, the cats put on their bearskin jackets and put on face coverings and hats and mittens to protect them from the wind and the cold. And the entrance and exit to this ship is deep under the surface of the snow. So as they exit, they have to carve their way out, carving a tunnel, making sure that's safely done. As they carve that up, gradually heading to the surface. Eventually arriving at the surface and getting to have a look around, hearing the sound of that Arctic wind. Their tails flapping in the wind, having to brace themselves against it as they walk around and explore. And some of the cats bring out with them some machines to travel on, almost like two-person spacecraft that can fly in the atmosphere and outside the atmosphere. That are a bit like a motorbike with a covering around it. That's aerodynamic for when it's in the atmosphere. And the base of it is heat protected for when they re-enter the atmosphere. And they get in the craft 2 by 2. And they leave the ship. And they head to the nearest large continent, where the weather is very different. And as they all travel to that continent, so they notice how the weather changes, flying over the most incredible, deep blue-looking ocean. The starlight from this planet's sun, casting a silvery sheen across the waves of that ocean. And then in the distance, on the horizon, they can see the hump of land. They head towards that land. And as they approach, they're taken aback by how Earth-like this planet seems. There seems to be what look like large trees, earth-like foliage, and what looked like birds flying among the trees and above the treetops. And they land down in a meadow on the edge of a forest. They scan their surroundings. They catalogue what they discover. And they can hear what sounds like singing coming from just within the forest. And so they head over to the edge of that forest. The trees look like tall fir trees, rustling gently in the breeze. And the scent of those trees is a similar scent to the smell of honey mixed with a bit of lavender. And as they gaze through the trees, they can see some bears. Well, that's what they look like. A little bit like giant pandas, only they're far more active than pandas. They're dancing around a campfire, singing, and some of the bears are banging on some drums, and some of them are banging on the trunks of some trees. And those trees seem to be hollow, and yet they don't seem to be dead. And the sound reverberates up and down the trees and out into the forest as those bear-like creatures continue dancing around a campfire, just crackling and popping. And some young bears seem to be sitting on the knees of older bears, being bounced up and down on their knees, their fur bouncing up and down with them, just slightly out of sync from them, and their ears bouncing slightly up and down. And the cats record what they can see. And they try not to get noticed, and try to just observe the life here. Their main goal is to try and figure out where here is, and whether there's a known way back to where they came from. And they head away from the tree line, scanning around in the meadow. And they pick up that it seems that there is some advanced civilization somewhere on this continent that has technology. And so they head towards that technological signature that they pick up. They try to fly low and hope not to be picked up on any kind of detection system. And their craft are only small, so they're hoping perhaps if they do get picked up, they would just interpret it as maybe a large flock of birds. And as they get near enough to see towers of buildings, so they land some distance from that city so that they can better observe. And they look through a telescope to get a better look over at the city before sending some small drones towards the city. And the drones spread out, fly around, scan the city, sending back information. And they have a little monitor set up. And they look at the monitor and they see that information coming through. And they can see on the monitor a forming map of the city. Marks identifying different beings who are within this city. The drones pick up on the language that's mainly heard within the city, and their computer begins to translate that, working out the patterns. Giving them something to work with so that they can then communicate with those who are here. And once they have enough language understood by their computer, they place that into a small pin that they attach to themselves. It transmits the information to the pin so that that information will auto-translate everything they say into the language being spoken, and everything they hear will transmit from the pin, and they'll hear it in their own language. And then they head down closer to the city, placing their vehicles in the most inconspicuous place they can find. Just a short walk from the main areas of the city. And the computers, the drones, have identified the best location for them to go. A building which seems to be linked to space travel. And so, trying to remain hidden, they head to that building. And they don't know what the reception will be of seeing them. So they, once at the building, work out who in the building they need to really be speaking to. They work out what floor that is, And then they find a discreet part of the building and climb up the outside of the building. Piercing through the glass on the floor they want to get into. Accessing that floor and sneaking around that floor until they find a room that looks like the room with the person most experienced. And they head into that room. And there's a scientist in that room who's startled by the appearance of these small, fluffy creatures. And they explain who they are, how they got there. And the scientist listens. And this scientist is short and squat and looks much like a dwarf. And they were involved in the satellite programs here. They're involved in space flight. And they don't seem particularly fazed by the sight of these creatures. And the creatures don't look particularly intimidating when they're small and cat-like. And this scientist says that 2 anomalies had appeared on their radar when they were scanning space. One anomaly they couldn't get into to explore and to work out what it was. But the other anomaly they managed to send a probe into, and it sent back a signal until it was about halfway through that portal in space. And then the signal just disappeared, and they lost contact with the probe. They now wonder whether one of those anomalies is a portal, like a wormhole, heading one direction, and the other one is a wormhole heading the other direction. Both anomalies are close enough to get to, but they're far enough apart that you can only really head to one or the other at a time. They're not alongside each other or anything like that. And so they say that they can probably offer some assistance. They can share that knowledge with your computers. And so they share the knowledge with the cat's computer. And they're curious to explore this as well. And the cats ask about the space travel that these beings here have done. And they say that they've mastered quite a bit. They can now very easily and quickly explore their own solar system. They've even managed to master travel to the extent that they can warp space and time enough to travel to nearby stars, but they don't yet have anywhere near the capabilities to create wormholes or to travel to distant stars. And some scientists had theorized that there may well have been other life out there, and that these wormholes in space, as it turns out they seem to be, may have been placed there or created by some other civilization, but they're unsure who or why. And unlike on a planet like Earth, where there's the cats and the mice and the humans as really the main intelligent species who have space travel, and they didn't all start off on Earth. On this planet, there's multiple different species who've all evolved along a similar timeline, and then they've been able to share their knowledge and grow together. And they all live in different locations, in different climates that work better for them. There's even an advanced species which lives within the oceans that had managed to develop and harness technology despite being incredibly different to all the land creatures. And they're only known as the Kraken. They're large and powerful underwater creatures whose craft are enormous and powerful and sound like a giant volcanic eruption when they leave the planet, because they have to carry them up with all the water they need to live in. And the cats take all this knowledge. They head back to their ship, ready to leave this planet. The scientist says that they'd like to gather a small group together. They've got the ability to launch into space fairly rapidly, and they'd like to keep in touch and then launch into space when they're all ready to go. And they head off, ready to set up and launch in their own spaceship. And the cats head back to that pyramid. And by now, all the checks have been done to make sure the pyramid will fly perfectly fine and not have the challenges it was having previously. And they get into position. And once the pyramid is flying, they can move around fine, but for launch, they have to sit in a chair and lock themselves in and brace themselves for liftoff. And within the pyramid, they hear that countdown start. 10, 9, 8. They hear the engines firing up. 7, 6, 5. They hear the rumble and feel that rumble vibrating through them. 4, 3, 2, 1. That rumbling intensifies and increases as the engines fire more powerfully. And at first, all they can see through the pyramid is white of the snow, and then that snow seeming to melt and flow, and then the sky as they leave the snow and accelerate faster and faster up into the sky. And they accelerate fast enough to be leaving that sound behind. Before breaching the top of the atmosphere. And everything goes silent. And the notification sounds to let them know they can now unhook themselves and move around freely. And they head towards the coordinates of the second anomaly. And at the same time as them leaving the atmosphere, the dwarf scientist on the other ship leaves the atmosphere, and they radio back and forth, communicating that they're all okay, the status is good. They're en route to the anomaly. And as they head towards that anomaly, the cats have a little time to interact, to have some downtime. And one of the cats goes and rests beneath the gigantic sunflower, reading a book about a family who live on a farm surrounded by an oak grove. Where the dad spends all his time in a workshop building gifts for children in the local community. And the mum enjoys making candles. And they lead a fairly basic life. When it gets to evening, they work by oil lamp. They choose not to use electricity. The dog can often be found lying in front of the fire, snoring away, dreaming of playing in tall grass. And after a long period of time of flying in the spaceship, a message comes through that something has been detected, a third anomaly that was so faint it couldn't be picked up until getting closer to it. And the other ship says that they also have picked up this third anomaly. And they try to work out what the anomaly is. And as they get nearer to that anomaly, so they can see a fuzzy patch of space where the stars behind it seem to shimmer, but the stars around that shimmering are static. And that anomaly seems to be moving very slowly against the backdrop of stars. But then once they get fairly close to the anomaly, unable to scan it and identify it any more than they already have, a beam of light appears around that anomaly, beginning to mark out some level of shape. And it's clear that this anomaly is another ship in space. Only this ship dwarfs the pyramid and the dwarf scientist's ship. And out of that bright light at the front of the ship, a smaller ship can be seen exiting. And then a message comes through to both the ships. That message is in a language not understood by either side. The cat's computer tries to process the language and tries to scan that small ship that just emerged from the larger ship. And it manages to gather enough knowledge to be able to make some guesses of what the message says. And the message is saying that they would like to meet with those from the other two ships who've arrived here. That they're the ones who placed those wormholes here. And they'd like a representative from each ship to come to their small ship and be taken back to the main ship. And so one of the cats and the scientist go and head to small ships. They head out to meet with that small ship from the third ship. And they manage to dock with the ship. and they all head into the ship. And they discover that there's nobody on this ship itself. It just seems to be an automated ship, like a taxi coming out to pick them up and take them back. And with their ships in tow, it heads back to the main ship, heads in through that light, which is almost blinding in how bright it is. And it docks itself within this ship, and then opens, and the atmosphere in here is breathable. And so they head into this ship, and the inside of this ship looks like they're on a planet. Overhead is blue sky. A bright area like a setting sun. A giant tree in the middle, and woodland surrounding the tree, and meadows as far as the eye can see. And as they walk through this unusual landscape on a ship, smelling the scents of flowers, hearing sounds like birds, and the sound of rustling trees, as it appears there's a very slight breeze, they see a very strong looking humanoid, incredibly muscular, and pretty scantily clad, with a sword on his back. And alongside him is an equally powerful looking dragon, walking on all fours, its wings tucked at its side, its breathing deep and heavy, sounding like it could let out a burst of fire at any moment. And this humanoid talks with a deep voice and explains who they are. And they say that they got in trouble, or that's kind of what the cats think was said, as on the translator it sounded like they said they got in tribbles. And they say to follow them as they walk towards the trees, heading towards that giant tree. And the interpretation of what it sounds like they say is that this is the mother tree. And in the base of this tree, a passageway opens, and they all head inside, and it closes behind them. And like a giant lift, it begins to rise up within the tree. And high up in the tree, they exit across a branch. And on the end of the branches are different consoles. and they use their technology to help, syncing it with the others' technologies to better translate what they're all saying. And then everyone can understand themselves. And they say that they came from another star system, and that their star was about to go supernova and would have destroyed the planet they lived on. And they said that where they're from, there are dragons, there are people who walk around with swords, like knights out protecting others. That it's probably the kind of place that would be very alien to either of what they know of the planets they come from. That centuries earlier, the men with swords used to ride on the backs of dragons, fighting evil. And there'd be good wizards and evil wizards. There'd be dwarves under the ground. There'd be all sorts of dangerous creatures that you could encounter. And so as they had continued evolving and developing technology, there were still giant creatures to have to deal with. And their ways of handling it had worked fine. So although they developed technology, including the ability to create wormholes, they'd never seen a need to develop guns or other technology for violence. They almost saw it as chivalrous to stick with swords as they had done for generations. And they only managed to develop wormholes because they were under pressure of this approaching supernova. And they didn't know if their technology would work. And they didn't know where they could go because they needed to find a new home. And so, for a few centuries, they were building this ship, almost like an ark, to save their world. And they saved many of each creature and plant from their planet on this ship. They managed to launch it into space. And now they're trying to look for somewhere where they can set up as a new world. And they found 2 star systems which had at least one habitable planet and other planets which could be terraformed. And so they created a wormhole from their world to here, and a wormhole from here to the other world, and then a wormhole back from that world to here again, so that they could check out and work out which is the best to explore and which is the best to settle on, and perhaps settling on planets in both systems and keeping those wormholes in place so that they can travel back and forth and maybe have more than one planet that they choose to live on. And as they know that the planet's full of life, full of intelligent life, and also full of life that should be respected, they don't want to set up on those planets. But they do need to communicate with the planets about setting up in their solar systems and finding a planet they can set up on. But they also didn't know how either planet would take encountering aliens from outside their own solar system. And so they are here to communicate with the planets. And after they all understand what's going on, they leave that tree. They head back to that ship that will transport them out of the main ship and take them back towards their own ships. And then they leave in their small ships back to their main ships. And they have a plan forward. That a planet will be found in the solar system and in this system, which can be terraformed and can be used for their new home. They'll have a home in each system. But they'll introduce themselves first, and the cats and the dwarf scientist will go ahead to prepare the worlds for this encounter. And so the cats find their way back through this wormhole, now knowing that they can head back through the other wormhole to visit and learn and engage with the scientists on that planet. And the scientists from that planet can do the same. Now they know it's a wormhole. They can go and visit and explore. And maybe go and visit Earth. As the cats head back through the wormhole, and make their way back into the solar system, and finally complete their journey to Mars. landing their pyramid on Mars. And the cats feel this has been such a long day, and are so pleased to be able to settle down at the end of the day, where they get to be able to relax and drift asleep into Slumberland, wondering what the future will hold with all these new discoveries. And a car is travelling along a quiet motorway at night, and there's a gentle fog wrapped around the motorway, and the overhead beams of the street light lighting the path ahead and reflecting off the car as that car continues along the motorway. And while the car travels peacefully along this motorway, a completely clear road, its headlights illuminating the road ahead, there's a gentle sound of music coming from the radio, the soft warmth coming from the heater in the car. And the driver, an old man, is just taking his grandson back home after a long day in the woods. They've been staying at the grandparents' cabin, and the old man had taken his grandson out fishing on the lake in the woods by the cabin. And the two of them were just out on that lake, bobbing gently, sound of the water lapping the underside of the boat, the oars resting just inside the boat as they bob there fishing, with the old man showing what to do, and the child really too young to understand, but watching and enjoying, just spending time with their grandparent. With the life jacket they're wearing done up really well around them, but seeming oversized compared to their body, giving the illusion that you could probably almost bounce them in the life jacket like a basketball. It was so bulbous around them. But they just sat in the boat, smiling and watching their granddad as he fished and tried to explain what to do and how to do it. And he was just telling stories. He'd go off on little tangents of telling stories about his fishing days. Saying, in my day, he'd tell stories about fish he caught on lakes, fish he caught out to sea. He'd tell stories about the calmest lakes you could ever imagine, where the water reflects almost like a mirror, where you could tilt your head and you can't tell the difference between the sky and what's above the water and the reflection, and stories about clinging onto the boat tightly as it rises up and down waves as big as a house. And the young child just smiled and seemed to just be happy to be there. But the granddad just kept on talking, enjoying sharing his tales of his youth. He would gesture the size of some of the fish that he'd caught. He would gesture small sizes of fish his friends had caught as he laughs and sniggers to himself about his memories. And the child just sat there, watching and smiling. He spoke about catching an anglerfish. He spoke about trying to pull in a swordfish. He spoke about hooking a monster from the deep in a lake, and it escaping him because the line broke. And this child had spent the entire weekend with the grandparents. And after a day of fishing, the granddad was sat at the dining room table. The grandson holding a crayon in their hand. And the granddad had drawn a fish on a bit of paper, and the grandson was trying to draw a fish too, and drew a very angular fish, making the granddad smile, and then drawing some googly looking eyes on the fish, and a mask. And the granddad showed the child down to what they said was their secret room, just down a few steps from the kitchen. They had to pull a cord to turn the light on, and the light flickered on, and the room had a stillness to it, a gentle silence. And he carried the child down into this room, and the room smelt of wood, and every step was dulled by the wood and the softness of that wood, and by the furnishings. And there was an old worn chair, and he sat down in that old worn chair, holding his grandson on his knee. And he took a notebook from beside the chair, and he spoke about how he enjoys noting down his little ideas that he has when he's fishing, when he's walking in the woods, when he's relaxing, his mind wanders. He comes up with different ideas, and he likes to come back to the cabin, sit down in this chair, and write his different ideas down. and he shows his grandson some of the ideas. And again, his grandson's really far too young to understand, but just seems to enjoy the closeness, the interaction, the tone of voice of the granddad. Even if he currently doesn't really understand what the granddad is going on about. And when it got to tea time, the grandma called them back up to the kitchen and had laid the table. And they sat down for some food. And she'd fried up a fish in the frying pan. And when serving it, she'd broken up some of the fish, almost mashed it up with some mashed potato and some peas mashed in and some other veg. And the granddad helped the grandson to eat the food by pretending that it was a train going guiding the spoon into the child's mouth and having a smile on their face while doing so, and opening their mouth when they want the child to open their mouth. And they enjoy the meal, enjoy their time spent with their grandson. And at the end of the meal, the granddad says that they'll wash up, and they clear the plates away, and they start the washing up as the grandmother takes the grandson through to the main living room. The fire crackling away gently in the fireplace. A safety cage around the fireplace. The warmth of the fire warming the cheeks of the grandson and the grandmother. The cat sleeping high up in the cat tree to avoid the grasp of the grandson. The cat enjoys strokes and tickles, but finds that children can be a little overbearing at times, just grabbing at you. And so when a child visits, they climb up to the highest point and take it as their cue to nap, only coming down again when the coast is clear. And as the evening continues on with the background sound of Grandad washing up, the cluttering and clanging of plates and all of the stuff being washed, the pots, the pans. It starts to gently rain outside, initially sounding like someone's throwing some small stones just gently and delicately at the cabin window. And from time to time, A flash of light would be seen at the window. And then sometime later, a distant, long drone of thunder, rumbling away. Almost like nature beyond the cabin is breathing in that rain. And gradually, the light and the rumbling get closer and closer together, and the rumbling gradually gets louder. And the cat jumps down from the tree and goes and tucks themselves up under a blanket on the sofa. And the child holds on tighter to Grandma. And the Grandma talks softly and reassuring, and shows excitement and wonder at these sounds around them. And this reassures the child. It's harder for them to think it's something scary when their grandma is treating it as something fun and exciting. And as the night carries on, so the grandma takes the grandchild up to bed, settles them down in bed, kisses them gently on the forehead and sits beside them and begins to read a book. And this bedroom has an unusual scent that the young child, being barely a couple of years old, has never experienced before. A scent that seems to be infused in their pillow, helping them to just want to drift and float asleep, helping their eyes to want to gently close. And as they softly breathe in that lavender scent, so the grandma begins to read. About Jerry the giraffe. Who used to work in a steamroller. And every page just has a sentence and a fun picture of Jerry the giraffe in their steamroller. And Jerry the giraffe enjoyed their steamroller. Jerry would steamroller everything. The page turns. And Jerry was asked, "Can you help me with this road?" And he would turn up with his steamroller and flatten it out. "Thank you, Jerry," he would be told, as he looked on with a smile. And Jerry was asked, "Can you help me with this field? I want to play a game and it needs to be flat." And Jerry would happily steamroller over the grass, flattening down that field. and looking behind at the smooth, flat field as they wave on. Say thank you, Jerry, before playing their game. And Jerry would drive around, finding anyone who needs help with a steamroller. And Jerry the giraffe was asked if he would go and help to flatten down an old haunted house. But he found that he couldn't quite get there, because being a giraffe, as he travelled down the road, his head and neck were too high to fit through a tunnel. And so Jerry had to take a long way round. And when Jerry got to the haunted house, a phantom was stood at the door. And the phantom didn't want Jerry to flatten the house, and said he's not really scary. He's a friendly phantom who just likes living in their home. But Jerry enjoyed steamrollering things. And so the phantom and the person who wanted the house flattened to get rid of the ghosts agreed that maybe they could share the house. But Jerry really wanted to steamroller something. And so they agreed. Jerry could steamroller their garden. There were lumps and bumps in the garden. They wanted to plant some plants. So Jerry went into the garden and steamrollered that garden, making it very flat. They then said, to celebrate their new garden, they wanted to have some toffee, but it was too sticky and too hard for them to flatten out. And so they put it on a large tray, and Jerry put his steamroller and rolled over that toffee, flattening it out really, really thin. And they all enjoyed some of that toffee. And Jerry had some toffee as payment. Before going home in his steamroller and feeling he'd done a good day's work, and the grandchild fell comfortably asleep. And downstairs was still the gentle sound of the grandad putting away the washing up. And now the grandad was taking the grandson home. And the grandad was in his sports car, his grandson strapped in to a child seat in the back, the grandson fast asleep. The grandad hypnotically watching the way the light bounced along the car as it drove. They carried on through this fog, along this clear road, with very, very little traffic on either side. And eventually, they turned off that main road and started heading down smaller roads, gradually weaving their way closer and closer to home. And once arriving at the grandson's home, the granddad opened the door to his lotus and stepped out, closed it behind him, went round, and reached into the back of the car and took the grandson out of the car and went up to the front door carrying his grandson in his arm, while also carrying a bag of his stuff, ringing the doorbell. And the parents answer the door, and the child is still gently sleeping. And so the granddad whispers gently, saying that he's been fine all weekend. He's had a great time, he's been fishing, he's been told stories, he's been drawing and seems to have really enjoyed himself. And the parents carefully take the grandchild, and as they take their child, they then take him up to bed, gently tuck him into bed. And the granddad stops for a brief cup of tea before making his journey home. And he begins to share his tales again, any opportunity he gets. As the parents listen, and eventually he finishes his tea and sets back off in his lotus, making his journey home. And it's a few hours drive, and while driving he has music playing gently in the car. And the heater keeping the car nice and warm. And he continues watching the light almost hypnotically passing by. And he thinks about the weekend with his grandson as he makes his journey back to that cabin, arriving back at the cabin. And as it gets later, he heads off to bed. And then the next day, he awakens and heads out. He goes down to the lake as usual. And while walking along the edge of the lake, smelling the fresh air, hearing the water of the lake lapping gently on the shore, crunching softly through the grass along the edge of this lake, sounds of the rustling trees, singing birds, a dragonfly flitting around above the lake. You can hear the distant sound of bells from the church, from the nearby village, just a short walk through the woods. He can hear the distant sound of a train passing by, perhaps just leaving that village. And he goes and sits on a seat near to the lake, where he can rest back, stretch out his legs, lower his hat on his head to shield his eyes, and enjoy the warmth of the sun on his cheeks. And he rests there for a little while. He doesn't necessarily feel that he needs to recover from having his grandchild come and stay for a weekend, but he does feel that he just needs that slight reset in his mind from being almost like a heightened version of himself while his grandson was staying. Where now he can transition into a more sedentary mode, focused on a slow pace of life, of peace and calm. Just listening to nature, the lapping of the water, thinking back to his own kids and how fast they grow up, how 1 minute they're a baby you're holding in your arms, and you're young and active. The next minute, they're arguing over every little thing. And then they're leaving home, and they're all grown up. And you're not quite as fit and active as you once were, even though in your mind you still are. And he feels that this thought is helping him to really appreciate and connect with any moments he gets with his grandson. Even if at those moments his body is saying, "Go and lie down and sleep and rest," where he listens to his mind saying, "Play, have some fun. Teach your grandchild all the wonderful things you know and have learned through your life." And with a slightly achy body, he stands up from that bench, feeling refreshed, feeling almost like he's taken that moment, that time to center himself, to separate from the person he was over the weekend to who he is for his wife now. And he heads back into the cabin, and he can smell the most beautiful scent of food his wife has been preparing. He walks over to her in the kitchen, wraps his arms around her, kisses her on the side of the cheek as he holds her tight for a moment, tells her, "I love you," before she reciprocates and then swats him away and says, "I'm trying to get the food done here." And he goes and sits down and watches her as she finishes preparing the food, as if his whole world is contained in that single moment, in that single vision. And she can notice he's gone quiet. He's inside his mind, absorbed in the moment. Before she then goes over, carrying 2 plates of food. They sit at the table, quietly enjoying their meal. And after a little while of peace and quiet, organically, just starting a conversation about nothing particularly important, just talking back and forth, smiling so calmly, enjoying each other's company, and settling down as the day goes on, resting on the comfortable chairs, having an average day, and thinking about how nice it is to have the opportunity to have so many average days like this. Thinking about how some people think a day's wasted when you don't do anything, but spending time with someone you love every single day, even when you're not doing anything specific, isn't wasted time. And as the evening sets in, so they head out onto the porch of the cabin, out to a chair that gently swings. And they sit on that chair under the warmth of the evening sun. And then that very gentle coolness that begins to set in. That encourages them to grab a throw and pull that up around them, a really nice, fluffy, heavy throw, tucking themselves up together on that swinging seat that's gently rocking them. With the encroaching coolness of the night tickling their cheeks and their nostrils as they breathe in and out, while they remain warm, snuggled up together, listening to the sounds as they shift from the daytime birds and animal sounds to the sounds of the nighttime animals, birds settling down, the sounds of crickets and other sounds in the night time. As the moonlight begins to rise over the trees, casting a silvery sheen across the landscape, catching on the damp foliage, reflecting and sparkling in the slight breeze. Seeing the stars twinkling overhead, the occasional shooting star go past. Perhaps making a wish or two before it starts to get later. They know it's time now to settle down and fall asleep, and so they get off the chair, fold up that throw, place it down on the chair, and they head back into the cabin. They have a warm, cozy drink before heading up to bed and settling down together for the night. And drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And this bedtime story is about a woman called Cat, and she lives in an unusual land, living in a cabin on the edge of a lake, deep in a forest. And Cat gets dressed one morning, places on a lace scarf and some woolen gloves, and a hat filled with flowers, and some earmuffs because it's cold outside, and then heads over to the door of her cabin, puts on the most comfortable Wellington boots, and the inside of those boots is the most incredibly warm and comfortable fleece lining, and the top of those Wellington boots has the fleece elasticated so that it hugs the legs and seals the top of those boots. And she prepares herself to leave the cabin, head out into the cold. The windows are frosted, and she can see through the windows. There are long icicles hanging down from the roof. Little occasional drops of water falling from those icicles. She places the most comfortable coat on, wraps herself up, almost trapping the warmth from inside the cabin, next to her body, before opening the door, feeling that rush of cold air, the way it tickles her cheeks, seeing her breath escape her mouth as she walks out of the cabin and instantly starts crunching on the snow, closes that door behind her. A little bit of the snow falls from the roof as the door closes, and with a soft patting sound lands on the snow by the cabin. And she puts her hands into her pockets and begins walking away from the cabin and into the forest. And she trudges through that snow, her body feeling so warm, but breathing in that cold air, seeing her breath as she breathes out. And as she walks through this snow-covered forest, so she can see the way the sunlight dances through the trees, almost seeming to shimmer and sparkle, like thousands of stars filling the canopy as she continues walking. And along her path is a small stream, and the edges of that stream have frozen. She can hear that bubbling, trickling water and see the bubbles just under the ice along the edge of the stream. And that water seems so clear and smells so fresh. She can hear the occasional bird singing among the trees. As her feet continue to make a dull thud with each step and a slight crunch as they compact the snow, and she walks slowly and rhythmically, and really takes her time to enjoy her journey through the forest. And after a while, she begins to walk out into a clearing. She can see some sheep in this clearing, and the snow has been churned up and isn't really settled so much here as the sheep move around and dig down into that snow, revealing the grass. And there are enough sheep here that the snow has never really had the time to fully settle like it does, where there isn't always something walking around. And she can see the shepherd in the field, managing those sheep, and the dog walking around the back of the sheep, as that shepherd occasionally whistles and calls out to the dog and the dog understands the shepherd. And she walks past that clearing, heading back into the forest, the other side of the clearing. And in the forest, the air doesn't seem quite so cold, because the breeze is reduced and broken up by the trees. She continues on through this forest, and as she walks, so she starts to hear the slight sound of jingling bells. And intrigued, she heads off her usual path and walks deeper into the forest, pushing past branches of the trees, some of the snow occasionally falling from those branches as she goes. And as she pushes past those trees, so she can smell those trees. She can feel the slight sponginess of the ground, of the moss under the snow. In some areas, just at the base of the trees, there's no snow, because it can never quite reach that location. And as she weaves around those trees, occasionally resting a hand on a tree, other times resting an elbow on a tree, ducking under branches, that sound of bells is gradually getting louder and louder. And then she notices that a slight ethereal fog seems to be developing around her feet. And this fog just seems to be hanging over this location. And so it isn't so much that the fog is developing around her feet, it's more that the fog was already here, and she's the one that's moving into the fog, rather than that fog moving towards her. And for a little while, the fog is just circling around her feet, like shallow water on the edge of a coastline, when the sea is incredibly calm, where the water just flows in gently and very leisurely rolls in, very shallow, and very slowly and rolls out. And as she continues walking, so eventually that fog is up to her knees and then gradually up to her waist. And the fog seems more dense nearer to the ground and more diffuse higher up. But it's still dense enough that once she's fully inside that fog, the trees are like shadows around her. She can tell that they're there, but they almost take on a ghostly quality, as if they're hiding within the fog. Everything turns shades of grey, with no colour, no harsh black, no solid white, just the most comfortable shades of grey. And the trees just disappear off in the distance. She can see the trees nearer to her, but only almost like a pencil drawing that's been shaded in with the pencil so delicately. And so she slows down her walking even more, because although she can see that there are trees, really it's only the trunks of the trees that she's aware of. The branches are too fine until they get quite close to her, and so if she moves too fast, she encounters the branches faster than she can react. And this ethereal fog has the slightest hint of cinnamon to it, an unusual scent to this fog. And while walking through this fog, she notices a slight glowing off in the distance. And that slight bright glowing seems to be a blue colour, quite a bright blue, managing to pierce the fog. And it seems that bell sound is coming from that location. And as she walks towards that location, so the fog seems to get more dense. And she wonders if perhaps the fog is also coming from that location. And while she walks towards that bell sound and that light, she feels a deep sense of curiosity wash over her. She can feel the fog turning to the most delicate drops of water due to her skin being warmer than the air, almost tickling her cheeks as the water runs down her face, one drop at a time. And when she reaches that light, she discovers that there seems to be what look like the bones of a large creature. And she walks around those bones, and at first she thinks that it looks like the bones of a dinosaur, except that out of the back of those bones are what appear to be wings. And the bones appear to be made of glass. She can see right through them as she walks around. She looks at them from different angles and the way they distort the view beyond the bones. She walks the length of its tail, those bones curling around to the point of the tail. She walks back to the head, crouches down and looks at that head, tilts her head a little sideways to peer into the mouth of the bones of that dragon. She looks at the earth beneath the dragon. And the earth seems to be slightly scorched. And she's curious about these bones. She's curious about the idea that this was once perhaps a dragon. Maybe it was a hoax, because dragons obviously don't have glass bones. But that sound is definitely coming from this location. And so she walks around those bones, moving her head slightly, trying to work out exactly where the sound's coming from. And she finds that that sound of the bells is coming from the heart of the dragon. And she crouches down again, this time looking at the underside of the dragon, looking up at the backbone from underneath, looking up through the ribs. And she sees where the heart would likely be. What looks like a small diamond. And this specific diamond is glowing with a slight blue glow. And it's that light from that diamond which is permeating the glass bones, making those glass bones glow, which is what she could see as she walked towards it. And she takes a closer look at that blue diamond. She reaches out, and with her bare hand, she lets her fingertips touch that blue diamond. And as her fingertips touch the blue diamond, so she notices the warmth of the diamond. That it's giving off the warmth, like the warmth of somebody's body. Just a very gentle temperature, but a temperature that stands out in this cold environment. And while her fingers touch that blue diamond, so it's as if somehow she creates some kind of a psychic connection. She suddenly gets this flash in her mind of another time, of the existence of this dragon, like suddenly seeing its life from birth all the way through till now. And this dragon had lived for thousands of years, until it was time for it to move on to a different plane. And she becomes aware of this dragon's existence, how dragons are born, live and die. She sees the heart of a volcano and dragon's eggs laid within the heart of the volcano, and how they're impervious to the heat, and they remain as eggs for longer than most beings' lifetimes, until the time is right and the volcano spits them out. And as the volcano spits those eggs out, so they shoot out, and they spread around the land. And where they lie, it's like they plant themselves in the ground. And the heat of the eggs that they've absorbed over thousands of years help them burrow into the ground, almost burning their way through the topsoil. And then underground, those eggs hatch, and it's a very, very long process. A small dragon is born, and it's born in a sleeping state. And while it sleeps, so it learns. It absorbs knowledge. The mycelial network weaves around the dragon, connecting it with the landscape, with the roots of all things. Almost like creating a fleecy cocoon around the dragon that grows with that dragon. And the dragon continues to grow larger and larger, consuming more knowledge. And each of those dragons will grow in its own location. And while they grow larger, so they sink deeper into the ground. And then when they've reached the right depth, they continue to grow larger. Only now, their body becomes warmer again, and it crystallizes the space around them. It imbues that space with their essence, and each dragon is born with its own unique heart. Some dragons have blue hearts, some purple, some red, some white, all different colours. And their heart will turn into a diamond when it's their time to move on. And that diamond is almost indestructible, but it contains all the knowledge from their life. And they grow, and they create their own unique cave. And they do all this whilst sleeping, where the dragon is almost like in a lucid dream. They're not aware that it's a dream at this point, but they do have control over their actions within it, and they learn and develop. And they live an entire lifetime with the mycelial network, communicating knowledge to them as they build out their cave. And then eventually they reach the time that it's nearly time to actually leave their cave. And as they reach that time, so they start to gain their dragon's breath. And for the first time, their body begins to breathe. And each time they breathe out, so hot air bursts from their mouth and begins to create a path to the surface. And then when it's time for them to leave their underground lair, they become consciously aware of their existence. Their eyes open and they're in darkness. But they have this deep feeling, this deep desire to work through to the surface. And so they push from their cave, pushing through that tunnel they've been building, widening the tunnel with their body as they go. Their baby scales and the mycelial network that's wrapped its blanket around them gets rubbed off by the outside of the tunnel. And a bit like a snake shedding its skin, that becomes infused with the inside of the tunnel, holding the tunnel open and reinforcing that tunnel as they push forward and slightly upward until eventually they break free through the surface and rest on the surface for a little while as their wings prepare for their first flight. And their wings preparing for their first flight are a bit like butterfly wings. The way a butterfly will have to puff up their wings and prepare their wings for that first flight after exiting their cocoon. And once ready, the dragon launches into the air. And it can take a few beats of those wings to really be used to flying. But they've experienced flight in their mind's eye, in their dreams, while deeply asleep underground. And each dragon imbued with its own colour, with its own special powers and its own purpose. Will do what it can to remain undetected, remain in the shadows, flying high above clouds, flying so silently. And occasionally, they'll let out a roar to let other dragons know they're around. And it sounds like a deep crack of thunder rumbling by. That kind of thunder you get where you look around, there doesn't seem to be any lightning or any rain. There may not even seem to be any clouds, and yet you hear that deep rumble or crack of thunder. And they live their life, generally just protecting their environment, the area of the land they were born in, sometimes travelling to neighbouring land to protect that area. And they'll live this life for thousands and thousands of years. Until eventually they get a deep urge to prepare for the next generation. And then they'll call out and almost seem to shine and sparkle until they encounter another dragon who's in the same situation, and they find each other and they mate, while flying acrobatically in the sky. And then they go away. To seek out the end of their time. And new eggs are laid in a volcano for a whole new generation to emerge. And the dragons head back to their home location. They rest down and they fall deeply and comfortably asleep. And as they fall deeply and comfortably asleep, so the mycelial network reclaims that dragon, leaving just the essence of the dragon behind, turning its bones to glass, infused with just the spirit of the dragon, with nothing physical. And so the glass is really just a temporary physical manifestation of that spirit. That's only there temporarily. And after a short period of time, The glass itself shatters, sprinkles, like thousands and thousands of tiny diamonds of spirit across the landscape. The heart of the dragon lands on the ground and usually just gets buried in place as the dragon's dust gets caught in the wind, gets churned up in the environment. And spreads around, spreading the spirit of the dragon back into the environment, filling that environment with the experiences of the dragon, the consciousness of that dragon, with each particle imbued with the consciousness, a bit like each bit of a hologram contains the whole hologram. And these dragons come from an otherworldly place. At the end of their life, they go back to an otherworldly place. Similar to the life of an octopus, or a squid, or a cuttlefish, of living, of giving birth, and then moving on. And Cat gets a flash of all of this from handling that diamond heart. And the diamond heart is still attached in place, and she moves her hand from it. And she knows one day in the near future it'll just fall to the ground. The glass bones will shatter into thousands and thousands of dusty particles that will absorb into the ground, flow around and be absorbed back into nature. And she stands back from those glass bones. She feels a single tear run down by her nose, tickling the side of her nose as it goes. And that slight salt taste as it curls around her upper lip. And she dabs that before continuing back, now heading back to her path for the journey she was on. But now, while she walks back to her path, gradually walking out from that ethereal fog, now realizing what the ethereal fog was, she feels that the experience has somehow changed her, somehow transformed her thinking about the environment and how interconnected everything is. And the times when she's heard the sound of thunder and yet hasn't seen any evidence of what caused it. And and she finds her way back to the path. Continues along that path through the forest until she finds her way to the country road that veers off from the forest and heads down into an orchard. Then she walks through that orchard and she can see a farmhouse that she's heading towards in the centre of this orchard. The smoke gently rising above the house from the chimney, and while walking she has this sense that it almost looks like smoke signals, just little puffs of smoke. As the wispy smoke is interrupted by gentle gusts of breeze. And she walks up to that farmhouse. She knocks on the door. And a farmer answers the door with a smile. And they know what she's here for. And they let her in. She heads into the warmth of the farmhouse. And this farmhouse smells of wood. And she enjoys that sweet smell of the wood. And she gets taken to the kitchen where the farmer fills up a basket of goods for her, different fruit and veg, different items. And they offer her a warm drink. And so she stops and enjoys that warm drink for a while. And after enjoying the warm drink, she heads back from the farm, heading home. And she walks back the way she came, back through the orchard, back into the forest, and this time just taking a direct route, following the path, not veering off to that sound in the distance. And she finds her way all the way back to her cabin. And she puts away much of the food. And has some items she leaves out. And with those items, she chops them up and prepares them and puts them into a cooking pot. And as she's cooking, so that smell of the food makes her mouth gently water. And she puts some of the food aside, saving it for another day. And some of the food she eats now. And after eating that food, She settles down in front of the fire. Just take some time to relax. And as she relaxes in front of the fire, she thinks about the experience she has. Her mind is filled with a lifetime of experience of that dragon. And her mind is filled in the same way that your mind is filled with any other memories of a life. That she just knows it, and she can think about it in the same way that she thinks about any other memories at all. And she finds her mind full of those different thoughts, exploring the different experiences that that dragon had had. And as she thinks about the dragon's lifetime, she finds her eyes gazing over to some plants on the windowsill. Just something for her eyes to look at while she's lost in thought. And she notices that on the plant is a small ladybird, just walking on a leaf. And her eyes follow that ladybird for a while. And she starts to connect the idea of that ladybird walking on the leaf with the experience of the dragon. The idea of all things being connected, from something as small as that ladybird to something as big as that dragon. And while watching the ladybird, she finds her eyes feeling heavy and slowly closing. And as her eyes close, she has this sense like she's flying like the dragon. And she imagines flying like that dragon, deeper and deeper into the experience. Only she then has this image in her mind of herself after the snow has cleared, walking into the back garden and planting a single seed in the back garden. And every day going out and sitting in the garden and just enjoying being in nature, and from time to time gazing over at where that seed has been placed. And after a little while, when gazing over, seeing the seed has begun to grow. And that seed continues to grow until there's a plant that's breached the surface of the ground. And then one day she goes outside, and there wasn't just one seed and one plant. That plant seemed to have somehow filled the entire garden in a pattern, and this pattern seems to have paths, almost like an unusual interference pattern. that seems to create areas where the plants are more dense and areas where there are no plants at all. And she walks into her garden and begins to follow one of those paths and discovers that this is a maze. And she walks around this maze exploring. And she can't find her way through the maze, so each day she starts again. And after a number of days, the plants making up the maze begin to blossom and bloom. And she continues walking around that maze day after day, seeing how far she can get, trying different routes, zigzagging left and right. And then one day, having failed to find her way through the maze, day after day after day, she walks through the maze and stops for a little while. And as she stops, so she sees a small snail gradually working its way up one of the plants. And she watches that snail as it slowly works its way up the plant. She sees the trail of the snail, and she starts to get an idea. And the next day, when she heads into the maze, she brings with her a pot of pink paint. And while walking through the maze, every route she takes, she marks it with that pink paint. And it takes her quite a while. But after a few weeks, she finds the route she's not yet taken. She follows the pink paint to the point where there is no pink paint, and knows that's the route to take next, and eventually finds her way out of this maze. And as she heads out of the maze, so she finds that she's on the edge of a cliff looking out over a vast ocean. And as she looks out over that vast ocean, she can see an area of the sea turning an electric blue, shimmering, bubbling. And then sees that dragon with the blue heart burst free from the water, flying up high, and realizes that some of the earliest memories of that dragon, where it burst free from its cave, it was born as a water dragon. And it was because it was going to be a water dragon that it was imbued with a blue heart. But as they live for thousands of years, by the time it came back to rest in the land it started from, the land was no longer underwater. but it still came down to rest on the land where it began. And she has this sense of having binoculars around her neck, and gazing through those binoculars to look closer at that dragon, seeing its shimmering scales, the powerful beat of its wings, and having this sense of looking it straight in the eyes, feeling a deep connection. And then she has this sense of the dragon communicating through her mind, through this dream. Explaining how, as she has touched its heart, she's imprinted upon herself its entire lifetime. She's created a connection with it. And dragons never die. They just transform and go through different stages of existence. And its consciousness lives on in all things. And now more of it lives on within her. And then she watches the dragon as it flies away. And the next morning, she awakens, feeling lighter than she had the day before, as if something had shifted gently inside her. She seemed to move with a bit more of a bounce to her step. And the next day, the snow had started to melt. She enjoyed going for her daily walk. She could see the now broader footprints in the snow from the day before, as no more snow had fallen. She could see the environment as if through new eyes. She had this deep sense like she could almost feel the environment breathing around her, almost tingling with life. Feeling a deeper connection. And as she followed that path again this day, she didn't hear any sound, didn't see any glowing or ethereal fog. Just felt like it was a whole new day and the start of a new beginning for her and the world around her. And when she got home towards the end of the day, She went out into her garden. She looked at where she had planted that plant in her dream. And there was no plant there, but she wanted to mark the spot. And so she created a small sundial, something that would track the passage of time. When she sat in the garden, she can watch the passage of time. And she enjoyed working in her garden. And over the coming weeks, she saw the way the garden integrated the sundial with itself. The way tendrils of the different fungus wrapped around the base of the sundial, almost attaching it to the ground, like it was trying to pull it into the ground, giving it a firm foundation. And then one night, she headed to bed, considering all she'd learned, all she felt she was destined to learn. And while dreaming about when she's an old woman, trundling along with her walking stick, watching how life around her has changed and what she's gained from that connection with the world. And curious whatever happened to the dragon's heart, she drifted and floated so peacefully, so comfortably, asleep into Slumberland. And you find yourself relaxing at home one day. And you're sitting in the most comfortable chair, reading a book and enjoying the silence. And as you rest there, so you become aware that you should check the mail. And you check on the mail, and you go out to a mailbox. And this mailbox is only for special mail. Mail from another time and place. And you head to that mailbox. You carefully open the mailbox. And inside that mailbox, you see an unusual sight. Instead of just having a stack of letters, or as is most common, the mailbox being empty, there's a crow, and the crow's wearing a fedora hat. Dark sunglasses, and a daisy chain hanging around its neck. And that crow squawks at you, and you can hear its feet on the inside of the mailbox, the sound of its claws tapping as it moves, its head moving in small jerky movements as it eyes you up, almost as if it's sizing you up before it begins to talk. And it tells you that there's a quest for you to go on, and they're here to deliver this message. And they nod their head forward as if trying to shake the glasses from their face, and the glasses fall to the floor of the mailbox. They tell you to pick those glasses up and to put them on. And you look at those glasses and you see how small they are. You know there's just no way they'd fit on you. But it tells you again to pick those glasses up and put them on. And so you reach into the mailbox, and with a thumb and a finger, you carefully lift those glasses and you begin to pull them towards your face. And as you pull them towards your face, so it seems like those glasses are getting bigger and to a more natural size for you to wear. Only you notice that actually you're getting smaller at the rate and speed that you pick those glasses up and move them to your face, so that as the glasses reach your face, you're about the size of that crow. And yet you're stood on the ground, surrounded by grass, which you would now describe as tall grass. But moments ago, you would have said it was a perfectly mowed lawn. And as you put the glasses on and look around you, you see that the landscape has changed. The mailbox is still there. You're stood among what is now tall grass. You can see towering trees. And yet, the street has vanished. And you didn't even notice that happen. It seemed to happen somehow all by itself. Just the process of handling those glasses, placing them on. And the crow jumps down from the mailbox, gently flaps its wings a couple of times to slow its descent, lands gracefully before you, and carries on talking, and tells you that these are magical glasses, something you were able to figure out for yourself. But that what these glasses do, one of the bits of magic, is they're able to direct you and guide you. They use your thoughts to create paths through space. They tell you that you have to go and find the mouse, and that mouse will guide you further on your journey, because the mouse has something in the house of importance and use to you. And then the crow flies away, And so you think about that mouse. You don't know who the mouse is. You don't know where the mouse is. But somehow the glasses know the mouse you need to think of. So as you think of that mouse, you see this gentle blue glowing light seeming to almost emanate from within your body, weaving across the countryside. And so you start to follow that weaving, gentle blue light. And you follow the blue light through the tall grass, past the giant, towering flowers, seeing the butterflies and the bees flying in and around those flowers, almost like giant flying creatures, and birds flying high overhead. And you follow that blue light until you arrive at the edge of the woods, and you head into those woods, carefully, slowly, walking through the undergrowth. The leaves crunching underfoot, having to climb over what would ordinarily be twigs that you would just crunch your way through. And that blue light just continues weaving through this woodland. And there's something magical about walking through this woodland, the way the light dances around you, almost like walking deep underwater and seeing the beams of light dancing around overhead. Only these beams of light are dancing because of the breeze blowing through the trees, that gentle rustling of those leaves. And there's something deeply peaceful and calming about this walk on your own, about the solitude of the experience, time to be lost in your own thoughts, pondering about nature, about reality, about these glasses on your face. And pondering that mailbox. One day, many years ago, a small, wise person arrived at the door. They handed you what they said was a gift. You unwrapped it, and it was a mailbox, and they told you to place it in a safe place near your home. That from time to time, gifts will appear in that mailbox. And those gifts will often come with a catch that you would like to have. You may have to go on a quest or seek something, and normally it's going and finding books, lost scrolls or manuscripts, exploring weird and wonderful places, and placing those items in the mailbox. And you never see anyone turn up at the mailbox. You never see anyone deliver anything or pick anything up, but things appear and things disappear. And you recall a time you were told that you needed to go to a specific library, and you went to that library, and it was a really old library full of ancient manuscripts. And the smell of those old books was just the most pleasant, aromatic smell. And the feeling of turning old pages and feeling your fingertips touching those pages, feeling the words written on those pages. And you had to find a very small leather-bound book. It was a collection of poems. And there were poems about sacrifice, about one person's journey through life. And they'd written poems frequently throughout their life. And that poetry book showed that this person had a dream fairly early on. But then something happened. Someone needed help. And so they put aside their dream to help. And then there'd be another poem. About a few years later, they were looking forward to finally going and following the dream that they had. But on their way to leave the town, they found that someone needed some assistance, and they stopped and helped. And they never made it to leave that town. And this pattern continued right through their life. And for most of their life, they smiled. For most of their life, they gave off an image of enjoying their life, being happy. But deep down, there was a different life they wanted to lead. Until one day, they encountered somebody who helped them to see that life is rarely about the destination, but the journey that you take. And they started thinking about the life they'd had in a different way, and discovered that their life wasn't actually so bad. There was lots that had happened that they'd liked. It's just that they'd filled their mind with focusing on the one thing they didn't have, and not focusing on all the things they did. And you retrieved that old book. And despite being a small old book, something about it felt heavy, and you were happy to put it into that mailbox and be able to let go of that weight. And there have been other random quests you've been on, but you've never, until now, found a crow in the mailbox. And while you continue walking, this woodland seems so much larger when you're this small. You don't know how large this woodland is, you've never seen it before. But you know how large these trees normally are. And you know it doesn't normally take 30 steps to get from one tree to the next. With trees this size, they'd normally be just a stride or two apart. But it does help to give a sense of awe and wonder when you're so small compared to everything else. And as you journey, so you reach a point where you're aware of the sun setting and that you're going to have to camp the night. And you find a few broad leaves and you make yourself a hammock with those broad leaves. You climb into the hammock and gently rock asleep. And the next morning, you carry on journeying, following that path with those glasses. And while you follow that path with those glasses, so you notice that the light is gradually becoming more solid, or at least that's how it seems. It's becoming more vivid before you, as if the light is getting stronger, and you wonder if this means you're on the right track and getting close to your destination. And then you see an unusual house at the base of a tree. And you think to yourself, this house is the size of a mouse. It's probably a little too small for you to get inside. And as you walk towards that house, so you see in the back garden behind it is a mouse. And the mouse truly is the size of the house. And you walk around the house and you ask the mouse if they're the mouse you seek, the colour you are following ends with them, and they tell you that they are, and they invite you into the house, and you look at the mouse and you look at the house and you wonder how this could be possible. And they introduce themselves as Klaus. You think this is Klaus the mouse who lives in this house, and the house that Klaus lives in is as big as the mouse. And you look back at the door, which is about a quarter of a size of Klaus. But as Klaus walks towards the house, that mouse begins to shrink. And as the mouse begins to shrink while walking towards the house, Klaus calls you into that house. And as you hear the voice of the mouse calling you into the house, you follow Klaus. And as you head towards this house, very confidently, because you're wearing these glasses, you just trust that something must allow you to be able to follow Klaus into his house and shrink, just like the mouse. And so as you begin to walk towards the door, so you begin to shrink and get smaller. And the more you walk, the shorter you become. And you follow Klaus into the house. And this house is such a cozy house, with the soft light passing through net curtains over the windows. Soft furnishings, and you sit down on the most comfortable settee in the living room. And you realize now how small you are, even compared to what you were. And you were already small compared to what you were when you woke up yesterday morning. And Klaus offers you a drink and says that they'll tell you a story that will send you on a journey. And as they sit next to you on that settee, both of you drinking your drinks, they open up a jigsaw puzzle. They pour those puzzle pieces over the table in front of them. And while telling their story, they carefully begin to search through those jigsaw pieces. They start by finding the corners and the edges, and as they find them, so they begin to place them down roughly where they think they'll go. And then they begin to spread the other pieces out, making sure all the bits are face up. And while talking, almost as if what their hands are doing are absent-mindedly happening. They continue to sort those jigsaw pieces. And they seem to know what's on this jigsaw. They seem to have an idea based on where they're organising the pieces. And yet the box just says jigsaw on the front. It doesn't give any clue to the image. And they continue to tell the story. They talk about a desert and how you're going to have to find this desert. And they share about how, searching in this desert, you'll end up coming to a crossroads and you'll have to make a decision of which way to go. And one way is left and one way is right. And you want to make sure you choose the right path, because the one that's left will be wrong. And you don't want to be left making the wrong decision. It's important that you make the right decision and choose the right path. And you wonder if this was a little vague, and so you ask them, could they be more clear? Do they know which path to take? And they say, yes, you've got to take the right path. If you take the wrong path, you'll go in the wrong direction. So make sure to take the right path, because the one that's left is going to be the wrong one. You don't want to have taken that. And you think you understand them, but you don't think they've been as clear as they perhaps could have been. And they continue telling this story about stargazing in the desert, about things you'll discover, and things you'll have to do. And from time to time they stop handling that jigsaw to have a swig of their drink. As you continue to drink the drink you've been served. But to you, this drink just tastes like gloop. It's quite tasty gloop, but it's thick and sloppy. And it's barely even a drink. It's almost got the consistency of a very thick soup. Perhaps even as thick as a mousse that's been stirred up. And after what seems like no time at all, they complete that jigsaw puzzle. They tell you that they're going to have to give you a tattoo, and the tattoo won't last forever, but it will identify you. And they get a device. They place it on the inside of your wrist. And in what's almost a single punch, like when you do a hole punch or stamp, you feel a slight prick, and then it's done. They remove that, and what you see is a tattoo of a shield. And that shield seems to have an armorial crest. And they say that is the crest of their family. But if you show that, people will instantly know that you're on a quest and that you've encountered me. And you say goodbye to that mouse as you leave that house. And as you walk out the house, waving goodbye to Klaus, so you start to grow larger again. But you only get as large as the crow size you were before. And you continue on your journey. And you've got the thoughts in your mind of the directions you were given, but your glasses mark the way. And so you follow that path your glasses line for you. Weaving through this woodland, and way off in the distance, you can hear the sound of flowing water. And you can notice that that light is directing you towards that sound. And so you continue following that light as it weaves through this woodland, over the gently undulating landscape, the soft sounds of nature, the rustling of the leaves, and the tinkling of the distant water. And as that gets louder and louder, you notice what ordinarily would barely be classed as a stream. Some trickling water crossing through this woodland. That at your normal height, a sneeze would probably be enough to make you stumble to the other side of that trickle of water. But here, just for you, you see a bridge, and it's a bridge made of twigs, and you notice as you look at the sides of the bridge and you look at it from different angles that it's been made just by resting the twigs upon each other, interlocking them. Nothing has been cut, nothing has been glued. They're just resting there. And you walk over that bridge, and it gives the most gentle creak as you do. You walk down the other side, and you follow this water on the other side. And the sound of water gets louder and louder before you as you head to the main stream. And as you arrive at the main stream, you can hear the sound of a frog croaking. And you know you're supposed to see the frog. So you continue on, following that croak and following the light the glasses are projecting before you. And as you arrive near the frog, so you discover that the frog seems to be in some kind of a wheelchair. But the wheelchair seems to have tracks instead of wheels. And in a deep and gruff voice, they tell you that it's an off-road wheelchair. They're in woodland after all. And you ask, what happened? And they say that they were larking around. They were diving from different heights into the stream. And there was a fish that was acting a bit coy, and they were trying to get its attention. And they were doing backflips. They were doing all sorts of different acrobatic dives. And then eventually they did one big dive and just landed wrong on a leg. They said it was lucky they didn't croak, but they did manage to injure a leg. But luckily, their friend Toad from down the road, he was very clever with making inventions designed for them. This unique wheelchair. And they said they're actually having more fun in the wheelchair, as it's something novel and new, than they were diving and jumping around. They've had a lifetime of diving and jumping around. They haven't had a lifetime of having wheels for legs. So while they do, they're making the most of it. And you say that you've been told you've got to see this frog. And you show your wrist, and they instantly recognize that tattoo. And as they do, they say that they'll show you to their house. And so you follow this frog as they speed across the undergrowth, travelling much faster than they perhaps should. They take you to their home, which is like a small hole in the side of the riverbank. And you head into this home, and they take you to a room through a few doors, and they tell you there's one door in front of you, and you're going to have to carefully open the door, walk through that door, and you'll find a corridor. And as you walk down this corridor, you'll notice there's multiple doors, and those doors open to different places. And one of them is right. And so you walk through the door, you close it behind you, you find yourself in a long corridor. You start to walk down this corridor, footsteps barely making a sound, as if the ground absorbs them, making them like the dullest of thuds. The sound seeming to absorb before it even makes it to your ears, making it so your ears feel slightly funny, because your brain tells you that it should hear some kind of an echo, but instead it's just a gentle, dull thud. And with a slight creak, you open the first door, and you see through that first door a child having a party. You see them swinging a bat at a piñata, family having fun. You see different animals around the garden, watching on with intrigue at these humans and the unusual customs they have. You head through another door, and through that door you see somebody exercising, and they too are in a garden. And you wonder if these are just doors to gardens and not actual rooms. But when you open the third door, you realize it must be the right door, because before you is a vast desert. But you notice there's something unusual about this desert. It looks like a desert, except it's whiter than a desert, and the magical glasses become more tinted, reducing the light, and they do so instinctively. And you see, as you look around, that everything is sparkling in every direction. You reach down, you scoop some of that sand up, and notice that you've got a handful of thousands and thousands of tiny diamonds. And then as wind gusts through this desert, so it blows up glittery clouds of dust, with sparkling dust flying through the air, looking very beautiful but uncomfortable when it bashes against your face and your skin. And you back out of the door. You know this is the right door, but you want to check the other doors because there needs to be something that can help you to be able to travel through that desert much safer. Then you head to another door, and as you open this door, so it's a very marshy, woodlandy kind of area. There's a very deep, mossy scent here. The sound of crickets. It's nighttime here. And as you walk around in this area, so you notice a glowing mushroom sticking out the side of a tree, and you snap that mushroom off the tree, and it feels so soft in your hands. And as you hold it up above you, you can notice gentle pulsing light coming from within the fronds under the mushroom. You carry that back into the corridor. You head back to the other door. You walk through that door, heading out into that diamond desert. And you hold that umbrella at an angle between the sun and partially in front of you, with that glittering cloud of dust worming its way around the outside of the umbrella, protecting you. And then you notice the light within the fronds of this mushroom umbrella begin to get stronger and brighter. And they seem to be emitting something, and it starts to form into a shield around you, like a force field emanating from the underside of the mushroom, with the faintest hum. And you can see the glow spreading out in front of you. You continue following that glow through this diamond desert, through the glittering cloud of dust. And you can feel that sensation of those legs working so hard to keep that mushroom umbrella in place. And you begin to think to yourself that you need to almost imbue yourself with the strength of the elephant, that strength to be able to withstand anything. And the magic glasses make that so. You suddenly find your legs gaining the strength of an elephant. You notice your legs feel heavier, but the muscles feel stronger. Almost like you're planting yourself as you walk. And you push on through this desert. And as the sun begins to set, the air is still warm, but the wind starts to die down. The glittering dust cloud starts to dissipate, and a reddy orangey glow dances around the sand dunes as the low light reflects off the billions of diamonds in this desert. And as that sun continues to set, so you can move that mushroom umbrella and you hold it over your shoulder, gently resting it on your shoulder as you walk, enjoying the sights and sounds of this evening. As that sun sets over the horizon and the inky blue of the night sky starts to pull itself up around that sky. As if the stars overhead are diamonds sparkling down, almost talking to those diamonds underfoot. And once the sun has fully set, so the last rays of light settle down for the night. And in the darkness, with that inky blackness, it's as if you're surrounded by diamonds, almost like a cocoon of diamonds overhead, in front of you, behind you, off to the left, the right, beneath you, anywhere you look. It's just glittering light. And you rest down for the night, lying on your back, gazing up at the stars, watching the shooting stars pass across the sky. Noticing the stars twinkling, recognizing certain constellations, wondering where this is when some of these constellations seem familiar. And as you look at those stars, you think about how some constellations have stories attached to them. Usually stories of warriors or of gods. And your mind drifts to those stories. And with the mushroom planted upright beside you, your head tucked up near the stalk of the mushroom, so you fall asleep, drifting into the most pleasant dreams. And those dreams don't seem anywhere near as strange as your actual lived experience that you've been having. But you find that they're connected to your experience, almost like they're processing the insights you've been learning. And the next morning you awaken to the gentle glow of the sun as it rises low on the horizon. Those diamonds glistening and sparkling, and that glistening and sparkling seeming to dance as the sun slowly rises and the light catches the diamonds at a slightly different angle from moment to moment. And as your head moves and your eyes move, so it all leads to those diamonds, reflecting light at different angles. And you pick up the mushroom umbrella. You continue on your day as you did yesterday. You continue following the path laid out by the glasses. And it isn't until the afternoon, when the sun is right overhead, that you find that the path seems to stop. And you look around you, and you can't figure out where you're supposed to go or what you're supposed to do. You look left and right. You look straight ahead and there's no other path. And you plant the mushroom down into the ground again, sitting down under the mushroom umbrella, keeping yourself cool under the shade of that umbrella. And you wait and you wonder, trying to work out where you should go. And as the hours pass, you watch the sun continue its journey across the sky. You hear something approaching, and you look around the stalk of the mushroom, and you see a fox, and it's just ambling its way in your direction, and it seems to be riding a bicycle. And on the back of the bicycle, it's got a piano tied to it. And it seems to have an unusual contraption attached from the back wheel to some bound together bits of wood that are arching over. And as that fox is cycling, So the bits of wood are moving up and down, and as they move up and down, the ends of them tapping down onto the keys of the piano, playing out a tune. And as it gets nearer, so you can hear that tune, and then it slows down, and the fox comes to a halt near you. And as it slows down, so the tune slows down, and the tune stops as the fox does. And they pop out a stand and dismount from the bike. They try to carefully rest the bike on the stand, but as soon as they let go of the handlebars and the saddle, so the stand just sinks into the sand and the bike falls on its side, and the fox just looks at the bike, shrugs their shoulders, and in a very friendly way walks over to you. And you say that you think you're perhaps lost. You've been following a path, you found your way here. The path is laid out by your magical glasses, not an actual real path through the landscape. But the path ends here, and you're wondering which way to go. And the fox says they're some kind of a mentalist, really. They can help you figure out where to go. They tell you just have to be willing to engage with them while they do this. They ask you to stand up, to look at them. They say, look into my eyes, not around my eyes, look into my eyes. 3, 2, 1. Sleep. And they take hold of one hand by the wrist. They lift that hand up, and they're gently moving the hand left and right. And as they move the hand gently left and right, they ask you about your journey, those creatures you've met, the things you've been told, the doors you'd entered and seen. And while they ask you, they just continue to gently move your arm left and right, left and right. And they tell you they know which way you need to go. The way you need to go is the one that they know. And the one that they know is the one you'll know, but only when it's time to know it. Because if you knew it before you needed to know it, then it's already known, and you wouldn't be here. They tell you that the glasses didn't lead you to nowhere. They led you to here. If you'd gone anywhere else, they would have passed by and you would have been gone. So the two of you wouldn't have met, and the glasses knew the two of you needed to meet with each other. And as they talk, so you find your mind wandering deeper and deeper into the experience. They tell you that you need to take the right path, because the wrong path, which is the one that's left, isn't the one to take. And you think to yourself, you already know that because you've already been told that, but there is no path. And then they take your hand and they start walking you gently around. And as they walk you gently around, You notice you're moving slightly more in one direction than another, and you can't work out whether you're guiding them or they're guiding you. And they tell you to open your eyes. And you're stood in a different location. You can still see that mushroom umbrella back there, but you're some distance from it. And they tell you this is the path you need to take. And you look around you and you look at the ground and you can't see any path here. They say you need to dig a little, but they don't have anything to dig with. And they run back to their bicycle. They grab a couple of spoons and they hand you a spoon, and they say they'll help. And together you're on your hands and knees digging with some spoons, and you dig your way down a little way until you hear a clink as the spoon seems to hit stone, and you use your hands to brush the sand away, and you uncover a stone that seems to have been placed here when this path was visible before that diamond desert had encroached fully across this land. And it's like a waystone that says how far to different places, and there are arrows. And you see one pointing left and one pointing right. And you know which path to take. And as you know which path to take, so the glasses make the next bit of route appear here, and you thank the fox for their help. You hand back the spoon. They go back to their bicycle. You go and get that umbrella. They pull their bike up out of the sand. They say to you, their contraption that plays the piano on the back of their bike gives them some music to listen to while they cycle, but it also helps them to cycle at a right pace. They have to cycle at the correct pace for the tune to be played correctly. And they say goodbye and set off, getting up to speed as that music plays behind them. And you head back to that waystone. And you start to follow the right path, following the path laid out by the glasses. And as you follow that path, so the day continues passing on overhead, and the sun is travelling in the same direction as you. And as it begins to set, something glistens in the distance. And it isn't just this diamond desert, because this glistening is a very different type of glistening. And as you get closer, you notice it seems to be a glass staircase spiraling up towards the sky, except it doesn't seem to go anywhere. And you notice that the path laid out by the glasses is heading straight to that staircase. And so you follow the path trusting that path. You arrive at the staircase. You begin to ascend that glass staircase, spiraling around a central glass pole. You walk all the way to the top step, and at the top of this staircase is a zip wire on a pole, and you look in the distance, and that zip wire is incredibly long, and you can't see where it goes. And so you grab hold of that handle hanging beneath the zip wire. And you lift your feet off that top step. And you can hear as that whirs above you. Feel the breeze against your face. See the desert below sparkling away the setting sun. As you travel along that zip wire. And a part of your mind tells you this is a bit of a risk to be following a zip wire just randomly situated at the top of a random staircase in the middle of a desert full of diamonds. And it feels like you have all the time in the world to think, because this zip wire seems to just go on and on and on, until eventually, looking ahead, you can see that the wire just seems to disappear into a haze. And as you rapidly pass through that haze, you come out the other side of the haze, almost like passing through mist. And your surroundings have totally changed. All you can see around you now is snow, and the zip wire strikes a padded area at the end, and you fall comfortably down into a bank of snow, landing like a snow angel, scrambling up out of that unintentional snow angel, crunching through this snow, noticing how tall everything still is around you, and being aware that when you're in the desert, you had nothing really to compare yourself to know that you were this small, apart from your encounter with the fox. And yet here, you can see the snow-covered trees, and you can see that path still laid out by the glasses. And so you crunch your way through this snow. The surface of the snow glistening a little bit like that diamond desert, only it's freezing cold here. And then you see something black and white flying overhead. And it crashes down and lands in front of you, skidding to a halt. And it seems to be a penguin. And it takes off some wings from its arms. It says that it's designed these special wings because its own wings aren't suitable for flying. They're barely good as arms, but they're very good for swimming. But as a bird, they've always wanted to fly. And so here, they've made an invention that allows them to experience that. And they tell you the invention was only made possible because of an item that they own. And they pop a backpack off their back. They tell you that this backpack is a magical backpack. And as they tell you this, they open the backpack, they place those wings in the backpack. They then pull out a chair from the backpack that seems larger than the pack it's just come out of. They place that down. They sit on the chair to carry on talking to you. They tell you that they know you're here on a mission, that you're nearing the end of your mission, and that this is probably one of the stranger missions you've had to go on. That you aren't just seeking a random book, but the crow himself came to visit you. This mission was so important. They knew that they had to give you some additional tools for this, like those magical glasses. And this mission, which is nearing its end, requires you to head all the way to the coastline. And so they offer you the backpack. And you place that backpack on your back. They tell you to head to the coast. And the magical glasses begin to guide you. And you crunch your way through the snow, passing through snowy woodland. You feel like your journey has been very long. You head out the other side of the woodland, and you can see undulating landscape of snow. But that undulating landscape seems to have an end on the horizon. And it seems quite abrupt. And so, through the day, you walk through this undulating landscape, and the sky is grey, the landscape is white. The sun barely seems to change. It doesn't get lighter or darker, and so you struggle to have a concept of time. It feels like a long time has passed, and yet it could have been a very short time. You've got no way of knowing. All you can do is carry on through the landscape. And eventually you reach that point that was on the horizon and find that it's a cliff. And you think, I think I can see something shimmering out to sea. And you can hear those waves crashing against the cliff below. And you stand a good distance back from the edge. You can see the deep blue colour of the water contrasting with the white of the snow, the grey of the sky. You can see giant floating icebergs standing out against the deep blue of the sea. And you think, if only I could get a closer look. And you reach into the magical backpack and you pull out some binoculars and you look through those binoculars, and there's definitely something out there. And you wonder how you can get down the cliff, how you can travel on the water. And you walk along the cliff a little way. And you notice that there seems to be a way down. And so you start to follow that path down the side of the cliff, heading all the way down to a ridge just above where the water is crashing against that cliff. And you notice on this ridge is a cave embedded into the cliff. And in that cave, you see a chipmunk just enjoying eating some food by a warm and comfortable fire. And they invite you to sit and enjoy too. And so you sit and have some food with the chipmunk. And you say that you're trying to find a way out to whatever that is out there off the coast. And the chipmunk tells a story of hydroplaning and how maybe you could do something similar to them. And they tell you a way to invent something that could allow you to almost skim across the water. So it's like flying, but just along the surface. They say that they remember having to do that once when they lived in the countryside, before they went travelling and exploring the world around them. They said they used to live in this place where there was a hedge, but all their friends hogged it, and so their only option was to go elsewhere. But there was water between them and hedges the other side because flooding had happened. And that's how they developed the idea of hydroplaning. But then they decided, when they got to the other side, to carry on going. They'd reached a crossroads in their life, and they took the right option. And now they're here, camping and travelling, and here to meet you. And you reach into that backpack, and you pull out what seems like some wings, but something that you climb onto the back of. And so you finish eating the food with this chipmunk. They tell you many years ago, this whole area was like a giant lava field, and these rocks formed. There are weird magnetic fields here, There are weird cave systems. Maybe something about that is connected to what you're about to discover. And they wish you good luck. As you then head to the edge of the cave, walking through the cave, back out, over to the edge, and then you jump. And on the device you've pulled from the magical backpack, it heads down to the water and then skims, almost like skipping a stone across the water. It skims across the surface of the water, and just a very slight lean to the left or right keeps you on track as you keep your eyes fixed on your destination. And as you reach your destination, you see that it's the top of a pirate ship that's obviously sunk here at some point a long time ago. And you reach into the backpack again, and you pull a small device out of that backpack, and it's a breathing apparatus. And when you put it in your mouth, so it suddenly expands like a suit around your whole body, and you roll off the side into the water, splashing down in the water, hearing the bubbles of each breath, feeling the weightlessness of being in the water as you start to descend, noticing on your diving gear some lights light up around you, illuminating the area around you as you dive down towards the ship itself. And you can see that there's damage to the side of this ship, and you notice that the rocks around here are black, like within the cave. And you swim into the base of the ship. You start to explore the inside of this pirate ship. And as you explore, you find your way to a small room, and you can see a compass in that room, and the needle is still spinning erratically. And you notice this ship probably sunk because of being unable to successfully navigate. And as you look around, you find a chest, and you take hold of that chest, and you pull it through that room. You pull it through the boat. You pull it out of the boat. You then reach into the backpack again. You pull something out of the backpack which you place underneath the chest, and it inflates in all directions and lifts the chest to the surface. And the chest is bobbing up and down on the surface. And you climb back on to that hydroplane. And as you sit there, You take the breathing apparatus from your mouth, and as you do, so the suit from around you disappears. You open that chest, and inside the chest you find lots of gold coins, and everything in the chest is so dry you thought that perhaps water would have got in here. And you dig through the gold coins, and deep in the base of the chest you find something smooth, and it's a smooth bit of coral. And you take that bit of coral, you hold it in your hand, moving it around, and it seems to almost glisten with an oily kind of look to it, with colours undulating and weaving, almost pearlescent. And you find attached to that bit of coral is a small note, and you can't read the writing. And as you think about how you can't read the writing, so the glasses reinterpret it. And it says where this coral came from. And then you learn that this is what you've been seeking. You just know that, as if the glasses are communicating that with you, as if they're symbolizing, just as they have for your whole journey, that you've reached your destination, you've found what you're looking for. As you start to make your journey back the way you came, you head back towards that cliff. And when you're at the cliff, you reach into the backpack and you pull out some rope and hook, and you throw that up. It catches on the cliff, and you climb your way up the cliff. And you see the chipmunk still sat there. They ask you, did you find what you were looking for? And you say that there was treasure out there, lots of gold in a chest. And their eyes light up. They ask you to show them, but you say you left that there. That's not what you came for. And then you take out that bit of coral, and they don't show much interest in the coral. And you continue your journey. You head through the snow until you encounter that penguin, and you wonder how you're going to get back. You can't go up a zip wire. And the penguin reminds you you've got wings in the backpack. And so you fly up through the portal, through the mist, flying back to the desert. You don't fly all the way to where the zip wire started. Instead, the glasses guide you at a different angle towards where you came into the desert. And you fly all the way to that door. You head through the door, and you slowly work your way back. And eventually, after what seems like such a long time away, and plenty of time to wonder about that piece of coral. You arrive back home. You stand at the foot of the mailbox. You take the glasses off, and as you reach towards the mailbox, so you begin to grow taller, until you're back to your normal size, and the coral has increased in size and is the relative size to you still. And you open up the mailbox. You place the coral inside that mailbox. You say, before you close the mailbox, that you're curious about why that coral was sought, why you were sent on this mission. I would love to know. As you close the mailbox, and you head back inside your home, and you notice in your home that no time seems to have passed other than the time it takes to have walked to the mailbox and back again. And so you continue on with your day, like any other day. And then at the end of the day, as you arrive home, you decide before you head inside to check the mailbox, and you see a note, and it's from the crow, and it talks about the importance of that bit of coral, that bit of coral was taken from a specific coral reef by those pirates hundreds of years earlier. And it was from a magical coral reef that brings life to the oceans. And the rest of that coral has now gone. And so the only bit left was the bit on that ship. And so it was important to go and find that bit of coral so that the magical beings could take that coral and replant it and help it to regrow and bring life back with a sprinkling of magic. And you read that letter as you relax indoors, before then heading to bed. And when you head to bed, you think about the adventure you went on. You wonder whether you'll ever find out why you were chosen to be the one that goes on these adventures, the one who has that mailbox. You wonder whether there's a portal or something within the mailbox, and how that mailbox works. And all these thoughts fill your mind as you sleep, and so you drift into the most pleasant dreams, drifting, floating peacefully asleep into Slumberland. And a mist permeates through the undergrowth within a bamboo forest. And as the bamboo gently sways and the mist undulates peacefully, so you find yourself walking and weaving through the silence. And as you walk and weave through the silence, leaning against bamboo as you go, hearing it creak under your arms or under your back, or as a hand pushes it aside. So maybe you notice each step that you take, the sensation of your foot on the ground, and then the next foot and the next foot. And that mist hangs so low and dense, almost like walking through water on a seashore, like walking through the white horses breaking around your ankles. And as you look around, and the moon shines into this bamboo forest, so the surface of the mist almost glows and illuminates, standing out white against the background. And looking around you, it almost looks like you're walking on top of clouds, with the bamboo poking up through those clouds high in the sky. And while walking under this moonlight, aware of the silence, just the occasional creaking of the bamboo, a slight rustling, and the sound of each footstep. So you notice, while walking through this space, that suddenly each footstep that you take seems to give off a pulse of light, and that light seems to pulse out in a direction, and with a certain pattern or order to it, pulsing away from your feet with each footstep in a straight line before you. And you notice as you walk that that pulsing light, with its regular rhythm and that pattern, seems somehow familiar to you, and you're unsure exactly why that seems familiar at first. But as you look down towards your feet and you watch the light within the mist pulsing off from your feet with each step, you suddenly recognize that the pulsing light, that pattern, is Morse code. And you recall learning about Morse code a long time ago. And so you go searching the library of your mind, scouring the different recesses, following wisps of connections to try and find what this Morse code means. And you notice each step is making the same pattern. And you start almost humming or beating out that pattern with your mouth, trying to memorize it in case it stops. And then you understand what some of it means. It seems to be spelling out a short sentence. And the sentence doesn't really seem to make any sense, and so you're unsure whether you're correct about your interpretation. Because what you think it says, what you think is pulsing from your feet, is scarab beetles don't like goats in coats. But you know that just sounds like such a ridiculous sentence that you must have made a mistake. But at the same time, you're curious at how you could make a mistake and still have a full sentence of words. And you watch that Morse code beating out from your feet. And again, you work out what it's saying, and each time you get the same answer. As your feet keep pushing through that mist. And off in the distance you notice a faint glow of a campfire. And before you can even hear the crackling, you start to head towards that campfire. And as you near that campfire, you see that there's somebody sat down by the fire. There's a slight clearing, and the warmth of the fire seems to be pushing back the mist in this area, thinning out that mist around the fire and the clearing. And as you reach that clearing, a wise old man who's sitting by the fire invites you to take a seat, gesturing to the other side of the fire. And you sit down the other side, feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks, putting your hands out slightly in front of you, allowing the warmth to soak gently into those hands and spread that healing warmth and relaxation into your body and down to the tips of your toes. And from time to time, this wise old man reaches forward and he stirs a concoction he's cooking above the fire. And you're unsure exactly what this concoction is, whether it's a soup or something else to eat or drink. But it has a sweet, delicate scent to it. And with a ladle, the old man scoops some of that into a bowl, and then gets another bowl and scoops some more into that bowl for you and offers it to you. And you accept it, but are unsure what it is and whether you're going to actually consume it. And as you look into the bowl, so you can notice the way the liquid in the bowl is shimmering and sparkling, almost like it's infused with the colours of the rainbow, pulsing and moving, almost as if it's alive with energy. As the convection within the liquid churns and moves the contents of that bowl, and in such a friendly voice, the old man turns to you and says that it's perfectly safe to consume. In fact, you might quite like it. And then puts a slight wry smile on his face as he enjoys some from his bowl with a spoon, his cheeks going gently flushed, his face looking younger, more relaxed, noticing a wave of relaxation spreading down his body. His hair seeming slightly younger than it did before. As if somehow that liquid had some kind of healing properties. From walking all day until very late at night, you feel that perhaps you should drink some of this. You've got some aches and pains from all your walking, and so you put the spoon into the liquid, and it's ever so slightly thicker than you expected, and that sweet smell only becomes sweeter and more enticing the closer it gets to your mouth. As it wafts gently, tickling your nostrils. And you have a sip from the spoon, and almost in an instant you can feel the way that liquid caresses the inside of your mouth, dances on your tongue, tickles your cheeks, and slides down your throat. And a certain warmth and numbness sets in around the inside of your mouth, your jaw, as deep comfort begins to spread with an in-breath, filling your body, almost like that comfort is breathed in and consumed with the liquid, as any tension or stress seems to fade and be breathed out. And as you get onto the second spoon, and then the third spoonful, so that only increases the comfort within you. Almost like a certain stillness is setting into you, a stillness of mind, a stillness of body, a clarity you perhaps haven't experienced before. A deep sense of peace and calm. And you work your way through that bowl of food or liquid, perhaps a soup, for want of a better description. And once you've had that soup, you relax back for a while, just enjoying the night sky, enjoying the distant rustling and creaking sound from that bamboo forest, enjoying the occasional shooting star overhead, and that deep relaxation you begin to experience more fully within you. And you realize you still don't know the name of this person, who they are. They are as relaxed as you. And so you ask them who they are. They say that their name is Cogsworth. That they're out here on a journey of discovery. And you ask what they're here to discover, and they say they don't know. Their journey of discovery, they only know what it is at the point that they've made the discovery. They don't know what they're seeking until they've found it. But the journey is the important part, because the journey ends with the discovery. And then they have to think about a new journey to go on. And so they just enjoy the journey and relax into it. And you ask about this soup they made. And they say that in these parts, growing in this bamboo forest, are some funny mushrooms, speckled with little dots of colour that shimmer under the moonlight. And those mushrooms help to guide you onto the most incredible trip in your mind. And it takes a little while for that to work through your system. But once it does, it helps you to see the world clearer, to see connections within the world that you otherwise overlook. To hear the thoughts of all the animals, the plants, not thoughts of dialogue, but thoughts of being, of existence, those deeper thoughts that don't have a voice or a language, that are often indescribable, that you just intuitively know Like when you have that friend who is going through a very difficult time and they can't find the words to describe the difficult time they're going through. And you don't know the words for the difficult time that they are going through. But you perhaps put an arm around them, and in a reassuring way, you know what they're going through, and they know you know what they're going through. And you both know that neither of you could put words to the experience. All you could do is just be, and just being present and supportive. And so it's connecting on that level, but with all things, where you notice that between you and a tree, there's not just empty space. It's not like reality exists outside of your skin and then you exist inside your skin. You're not walking through reality. You are reality. You are just information moving and changing, like a wave through the ocean. The wave can leave one place and arrive 100 miles away. Someone can watch that wave make the complete journey. But the wave that arrives on the shore 100 miles away isn't the same wave that was present at the beginning. The water, all of the particles that were present at the beginning are still there at the beginning. The water and the particles that are present at the end were never present at the beginning, but you watch the wave move from one point to another. And so it's the same with you, that deep connection and understanding of reality, that you're not separate from it. You are it. You just develop certain ways of processing and viewing the world that make you convince yourself that you're somehow separate. And yet, this soup can help to open the curtains on that illusion, revealing the fundamental nature of the reality. And you find yourself absorbed in Cogsworth's words, wrapped up in those words, curious and fascinated by the words. And as you find your mind drifting with those words, so you have that Morse code in mind, and you start to hear the Morse code, like the sound of gently tinkling bells jingling in your mind. As you also find yourself feeling more relaxed and drifting peacefully asleep by that campfire, relaxing down and drifting asleep, enjoying the cool air on your cheeks and the warmth of the fire as it burns down to embers to the most gentle glow. And the next morning, you awaken and find you're alone by the fire. Cogsworth has moved on, perhaps travelled off, continuing his journey of discovery, as you'll be continuing yours. And you see, next to the fire, is a flask and a note. And the note says that there's some soup in that flask. And it's the soup you drank last night. Only this is even more concentrated. And it may help you on the journey that you're on. And you stand up, you stretch in the morning air, listening to the morning sounds of nature around you. As you start to walk from the clearing back into that bamboo forest, continuing your journey. As the sun continues to rise, the most beautiful golden yellow light permeates through the bamboo around you, giving everything a slightly green hue as it shines onto the bamboo. And all day long, you walk through this forest until eventually you find your way to a path, and you follow that path out of the forest and down through some undulating hills, the most beautiful meadows, with the sky looking so calming overhead. The grass seeming to move in waves with the breeze. Butterflies darting softly from flower to flower. As you continue walking, and you can see in the distance some tents that you're heading towards, and they're large white tents. And you continue heading towards those tents through these undulating meadows. You find yourself approaching those tents, and as you do, so you can hear the clinking of a hammer and chisel and other gentle working sounds of an archaeological dig. And you arrive at this archaeological dig. You introduce yourself You get shown to the person in charge, who's excited to greet you and begin to tell you what they've been finding so far. And they tell you that this location seems like it was covered incredibly quickly, that there's evidence that a tsunami had passed over this space, burying everything. And so a lot of stuff had been churned up and damaged. But they're also finding things that were in boxes, that were in concrete style alcoves, that have managed to survive damage. And you take a look around the site. And you see trays of things that have been found. Many very small items, with little bits of paper saying what's in all the different sections of those trays. And they take you over to a larger box. They open the lid of the box and they show you an elephant's tusk. And they say that this tusk doesn't seem like it came from a living elephant. It seems like it was given as a gift thousands of years ago, and someone cherished it and brought it to this location. And you take a very close look at that tusk, and you see that on the tusk are some small notches, some delicate scratches. And you realize that the scratches seem to be some kind of language, some kind of pattern, and somehow you instinctively think you know what it means. You still have the residuals of the soup that you'd eaten within you, and you realize that it seems to be creating a connection that allows you to understand those scraped notches. And you look closely from all angles at that tusk. And the tusk looks hollow, but you recognize that it looks flat deep inside the tusk. And so something is obviously in there. And you delicately pry that out from within the tusk. And what you pry out is like a small wooden box, a bit like a cork box, a very soft wood to that box. And within that box is a copper bracelet. And this copper bracelet must be thousands of years old, based on the age of the tusk. and you closely examine that copper bracelet. And you don't really understand where it's from, why it's in a tusk, and what significance it had to whoever put it there. And you sit in a tent, just looking at that bracelet, admiring the metal work. Really examining that bracelet. You unclip the catch, you look at the back, you clip the catch back up. There seems nothing particularly special about the bracelet other than the fact that it seems very old and it was found in an unusual location. And you place the bracelet around your wrist, in your mind thinking, I wonder what people back then looked like wearing the jewellery they had back then. What did it look like on? And you have your sleeve rolled up. You place that bracelet on, you look down at your arm and your hand with the bracelet around your wrist. And as you do, so you start to be aware that something's shifting for you. That the landscape seems to be fading and changing. The tent seems to fade in an undulating kind of fashion, as if it's waving itself out of your existence. And you find that around you, the landscape looks very different. The undulating meadows are no longer so undulating, and they seem lower down. And you can see a coastline not that far away. And you can see some circular huts, people milling around, doing different tasks. Some people looking like they've got some basic farms on the go. People riding horses past this small settlement. And you turn around as you look around you, taking it all in, noticing that everything around you has changed. As you turn full circle, facing back the way you started, there's just you with your backpack, dressed in what to anyone here would look very bizarre clothing, with that bracelet on your wrist. As you walk towards the settlement. And while walking towards the settlement, you wonder whether this is what the place looked like before the tsunami. And if so, how long before? And you head down to that settlement, and someone greets you in a very friendly way, having noticed the bracelet on your wrist. And you you realise you can somehow understand them. And as you respond to their greeting, they can understand you. And you notice that wearing that bracelet identified you as someone who's a friend or who they must know in some way. And they show you through this settlement, and you say that you're from another land. There's someone you once knew a long time ago, and that's where you got the bracelet. And they walk you through this settlement, and they introduce you to the elder. And the elder says that they've been having visions of a certain type of future that they don't want to share with the rest of the settlement. But they do need to plan what to do. And you express how you know about the giant wave that hits this land. And they interpret it as you being able to see the future like they can. And their plan is to get everyone away before that wave hits. That they don't know exactly when it'll happen, but in their vision, the settlement looked very different, so they know that it isn't for quite some time. And so just in case it's a long way off, they're going to record their visions for future generations. And you notice that at this time, they weren't tracking time the way people in the modern day perhaps do. And so it's very difficult for them to be able to judge deeper time, very long periods of time, beyond lifespans. And you notice that this elder is drinking some of that soup. And you show that you have some of that soup too. And so the elder offers to share some of their soup with you. And they say that they found a way of making it even more effective. They go to a basket with some cut violets. They tear off some of the violets. And then with a pestle and mortar, they crush that down and turn it almost into a paste. They add that to their concoction, mixing it with the mushrooms. They then ask you to put your arm out, and so you do. And they remove the copper bracelet for a moment. They gently dunk that copper bracelet into the liquid just a couple of times before wiping the bracelet and handing it back. And something strange in the moments when they took that copper bracelet, I think you noticed almost like a glitch around you. things temporarily glitching and phasing, but returning to normal once you put that bracelet back on. And they explain that the copper in the bracelet, just a dash of the copper touching that liquid, is enough to make that liquid even more potent. And you know that they don't know about particles, but you have this sense that perhaps that's what they're talking about. That a very small amount of the copper dissolves with that liquid, and they stir that up, and they leave it boiling while they talk to you as it gently simmers, and from time to time they give it a little stir. They say if you have the patience to let it simmer right down so that it's almost like a paste, then it's even more potent, even more effective at allowing you to connect with the world, to see reality as it truly is, including seeing the past, present and future all rolled into one. And there's many things they say they've seen that they just don't understand and can't even comprehend. And that to them this is all a learning experience. That they have to learn to comprehend things unknown. They talk of seeing things flying in the sky made of metal, shimmering and shining high overhead. But they have no concept of how that could be possible. And they've seen so many things they just can't explain. But they write these down the best way they can, trying to explain them with the knowledge they have and the knowledge those around them might understand, or at least glimpse at what it is they've seen. And after some time, that soup is almost a paste, and they serve up some for you and some for themselves. And as you eat some of that soup, so you feel that warmth again, that healing sensation through your mind and body. Your mouth going gently numb, your cheeks going warm and comfortable, your body relaxing deeply. And you find yourself drifting into a vision of a time previously unseen. You find that your eyes want to close, and so you let them, and as they do, while you rest so relaxed there, you get a sense that your body is comfortably cool. And as you open your eyes, you find yourself in an ice cave. And in this ice cave, you're greeted by the most friendly rat in a hat. Who taps on your head with a paw going rat-a-tat-tat, and then takes the hat off and bows down and introduces themselves and asks where you came from and how you came to be in their home. And you're more curious about the fact the rat lives in an ice cave than you are about the fact that they're talking and wearing a hat. And you hadn't even paid attention to the suit jacket they were wearing, or the polished black shoes that didn't seem suitable for walking around on ice. And they said that in this land, this isn't unusual. And they show you out of the ice cave, and you find that here there are many ice caves, but between each ice cave is open meadow. And they say that it's just an ability they have here to be able to manipulate the elements when they want somewhere to stay. They have the ability to manipulate moisture, so the moisture in the air coalesces and turns to ice, and in their mind's eye they have a sense of the shape they want it to be, and it turns into a house. And so they form these ice caves, and the rat turns one poor palm up and thinks about a hammer. And while thinking about a hammer, an ice hammer forms in the palm of their paw, and they hand that to you to prove a point that here mammals have the power over the moisture in the air. They can turn it to ice or snow. Whatever it is they want, they can form with it. And you say that you're unsure why you found yourself here. But here is where you found yourself. You explain that you were just sitting down, eating some soup. And the rat says perhaps you should take a look around and see if you can figure out the meaning of why you would be here. And they recommended that to travel around faster, perhaps you should ride on one of the horses. And they call over one of the horses, who responds with a yawn and the most British accent you've ever heard. So British it almost seems put on. And as the horse trots over, so its hooves seem to be playing music with each step. The most relaxing tune. with a rhythm and a beat to match the strides. And the horse comes over, and the rat says, "Will you give my new friend a ride?" They're here in the middle of somewhere, but they don't know where here is. And the horse says, "But you've just told me that here is somewhere, so don't they know that they are somewhere?" And the rat says, "I think they know they're somewhere, they just don't know where somewhere is. And so they'd like to know where that is." And the horse says, "Well, do you want me to take them to nowhere? Because I know where nowhere is. It's down the road from somewhere. It's a short ride, if that's what they'd like to do. I can take them from somewhere to nowhere, if they don't know where they're going." And you ignore the conversation as it goes over your head and decide to mount the horse. And the horse begins to trot along while engaging in conversation. And as they talk and walk, so you look around and you try to avoid asking about somewhere or nowhere. And the last thing you know you want to do is tell them you're happy to be taken anywhere, in case they actually do that. And so as you head from somewhere, perhaps on a journey anywhere, but knowing you could end up nowhere, you continue exploring this land. And the horse takes you through the land, through the grass, through meadows, along the edge of a river, until eventually you arrive at some mountains. And the horse explains that they're not really built for climbing mountains. Their hooves just don't work so well for that. But they tell you that there's someone here who might be able to help. And you look around and you can't see anyone. And the horse walks over to the edge of the tree line at the foot of these mountains and whistles up into the tree. And out of the tree, a spider descends. And this spider sounds so friendly and looks so cute, with large eyes and a fluffy body. And you say that you've never seen a spider looking quite like this. And the spider says, "Is it because of my jumper? Not many other spiders are knitting spiders. You get jumper spiders who like knitted clothing, but they don't normally want to do the knitting themselves." And you get spiders that like doing weaving and living in weaved holes, but they never seem to knit anything for themselves. But this spider explains that they do enjoy knitting. The only thing they like more than knitting is swinging from tree to tree and walking the tightrope they create between trees. And they drop down, land on the ground. They see what you're wearing. And they say that's not suitable for a trek over the mountains. And then they head into the woods, gathering up different plants and mosses. They come back, and seemingly rapidly they start knitting. And the first thing they knit is a sock. They tell you to put that on just over your shoe, and then they knit another sock, which they tell you to put on. And the socks are knitted with different things and don't look at all the same. But they say that, is it really about what it looks like? These are being knitted for your comfort, not for you to look at and admire. And so you put both the socks on and they carry on knitting. And they knit you a long jumper. And you place that long jumper on. And then they climb up onto your shoulder. And you begin to ascend the mountains, wrapped up so warm. The knitted socks over your shoes, seeming to do a better job at gripping the ice and the snow below. As you crunch your way through that snow, and you say goodbye to the horse, and you crunch and walk, ascending the mountains. As the day continues on, and as you near the top of the mountain, so twilight begins to set in. And you're curious whether you're going to make it somewhere to stop before the sun's fully set, because you know you're not going to make it all the way over the mountain. And the spider tells you there's a perfect cave just a little further up, not too much further to make it. And then as you continue ascending and the sun continues to descend and the stars rise in the sky and the moon starts beating its silvery glow over the mountainside, making the snow glisten like a million diamonds attached to the side of the mountain. So you see the faintest hint of a glowing light flickering gently in the night, and the spider directs you towards that glowing light. As those socks continue to work, almost like magical shoes, helping you climb this mountain with ease. And as you near the glowing light, you realize it's an oil lamp outside a cave. And the mountain levels out slightly. You head over to the cave. You settle down in the cave. And just inside the cave, you light a campfire, and the spider sits down beside you as you sit and talk to each other while relaxing in that cave before drifting and floating asleep, knowing tomorrow you'll make it over the top of the mountains down the other side. As you fall peacefully and comfortably asleep, and the next morning you awaken to the glow of the sun weaving its way gently into the entrance of the cave. The fire now completely burnt down, but still giving off just the slightest warmth. And the spider says that from this point you can probably complete this journey yourself. They've helped you this far. You'll be at the top of the mountain within a couple of hours, and it's all downhill from there, they say with a wry smile. And so you say goodbye and set off, heading up over the mountain. And as you head down the other side, you have plenty of time, while looking over the view, to ponder the entire experience, to try to think about what it is that you're here for. What's your journey? And the words of the wise man go around in your mind about the important thing being the journey, not the destination. And you continue down this mountainside, and while continuing down the mountain, looking out across the view, you see that this side of the mountain is mainly desert, at least stretching out as far as you can see. And as you get to the foot of the mountain, so you walk into that desert, and you begin to walk through the desert. And find it's difficult work walking through this desert, your feet constantly sinking into that sand, as that loose, dry sand blows around you, gives way beneath your feet, making it more exhausting to walk this side than it was even walking on the mountainside. And as you walk, you think this would be so much easier if this sand was wet, because then it would hold it together. And while you're thinking that, you feel some drops of rain, but as you look around you, you don't see any clouds. And then you notice above you a rain cloud forming, and you're reminded of what you were told earlier. And with a smile, you think even more about the rain. As that rain cloud forms above you, starts to rain around you, soaking the sand beneath you, And as the sand soaks and the rain cloud gets a little larger, so it's raining around a wider area around you, you start to run across the desert. You realize we're moving fast. It's like walking on custard, that the faster you travel, the more solid the surface. And so you run at a comfortable pace in the rain, in a dry desert, leaving this trail of rain and wet sand behind you. Feeling cooled by that rain, helping you to traverse this desert even easier. And eventually, deep in the desert, you see the top of some ruined buildings, looking like they were covered years ago as the desert has gradually traversed the landscape. You stop at those ruins. You take a look around the ruins. You see that there's a small gap you can probably squeeze into to take a look inside these ruins. And you head into that gap. And it's such a relief being in the ruins compared to out in the desert. In the desert it was hot. The wind would whip up the sand. But down here it's cool and calm. And you shine a light around the space. And you see this space has a certain peaceful quality to it. And there are some pictures painted on the walls, looking like they were painted generations ago. And some of it looks like it was marked with chalk. And the only way for that to be possible is if this landscape was very, very different at the time this place was habited. And you wonder how long ago this place was inhabited. As you look around, and you see a staircase leading down, and you follow that staircase deeper under this structure. And you notice artwork which looks Egyptian. And you enter a corridor, and on one wall you see a picture, and in the center of the picture is a drawing of a scarab beetle that's incredibly colourful, like someone's put a lot of work into creating that. And on the wall opposite the scarab beetle is a picture of what looks like somebody carrying a goat under their arm, tucked into a coat. And it's almost like a flash of light goes off in your mind, making a connection with that Morse code. Like an aha moment, exploding itself into your consciousness, not just creeping slowly, but just suddenly being there. That the scarab beetle doesn't like the goat in the coat. And you see these two pictures on opposite walls. And you don't quite know, there's something just on the edge of consciousness that you're trying to grasp. And you think the best way to grasp an idea on the edge of consciousness is to move on. Continue down the tunnel. And so you continue, walking down the tunnel, walking along this corridor, looking at the different pictures on either side. What looks like an Egyptian priestess holding an offering and wearing unusual earrings. Walking a bit further and seeing some pictures looking like another offering. And you carry on walking, and at the end of this corridor is a mirror resting against a wall. And it doesn't seem like the location the mirror's supposed to be. And so you take hold of that tall mirror. You move it around. And as you move it around and see the way the light reflects off of it, you have an unusual idea. You take that mirror back down the corridor and you place it over the person with the goat, facing that scarab beetle. And then as you step out of the way, so you notice a beam of light reflecting back and forth between the paint of the scarab beetle and that mirror. And that beam of light starts to hum. And the colours start to become more vivid. And as they do, so it's almost like the light becomes a liquid flowing and starting to fill this space. And it fills the space with the most comfortable blueness, like an ethereal blueness that permeates through you. And as it envelops your body, so you feel your chest, your arms, your legs pulse and stretch out of your body, like consciousness leaving that physical self there, and as consciousness floating above your body, you look back and you see your arms spread gently and comfortably out, your legs resting, barely touching the floor. Your back very gently arched, your head slightly back, as if you're resting on the surface of a pool of water, just floating there gazing up at the sky, the whole body weightless and relaxed. And you see a golden thread between you and your body, and find with a thought that you can move away from your body. You can explore beyond the corridor. You can rise up and see the land and explore this land. You can think about anyone or anything, anywhere. It can be somewhere, it can be nowhere, or it can be anywhere. It doesn't matter where, you can think about them, or it, or that, and you're there, observing. You can think about any time and find yourself in any time. It's almost like the cogs in your mind have been freed to circle and move, and power your mind in a way completely unknown, where you go with the flow, where you move with resistance, where everything that happens in any given moment is treated as the right thing to be happening in that moment, where you take that right thing and just direct it in the direction it needs to go. You know, it's so much easier to redirect a river rather than stop it and try and force it to change direction. And so you find your mind connected as a spirit with this world around you. And you have the most incredible experience of deep learning and an understanding far greater than you could ever explain. And the experience is timeless. There's no future or past, just a present, this moment. And you enjoy this moment. Before following that golden thread through space and time, easily and effortlessly, back to your body, settling gently down in your body as that blueness fades. And while the blueness fades, so the paint on that scarab beetle begins to chip off a little bit, and some small scrapings of the paint fall to the floor as delicately as a feather falling to the ground. And as that falls to the floor, so it begins to sparkle and twinkle. And it turns into something as it lands. And on the ground, you see what looks like a very small version of that scarab beetle, only made out of copper. And you pick it up and you touch it to the bracelet, and its legs wrap around the copper of the bracelet and seem to pull tight on the bracelet, pulling itself into the bracelet, becoming a smooth and flat part of that bracelet, as if that's how it was always made. And then you begin to find your way out of this space with this curious experience you've had. You head out into the desert. You sit on the sand near the desert. You think about the experience you've had as you take that flask from your bag. And when you go to drink from the flask, you suddenly become aware that you know the smell of that soup, that sweet soup smell suddenly evokes a memory of the smell of hot apple cider, bringing a deep comfort through you, of an idea of a distant time, maybe another life, of relaxing in a cornfield on a sunny day, enjoying a drink of hot apple cider with some friends, and you drink from that flask, and you find your mind opening deeper. And then you carefully remove that copper bracelet from your wrist. And as you do, everything around you begins to glitch and fade and shimmer, and a hum begins to reverberate around you. And you find yourself back in that archaeological dig tent, holding that copper bracelet in your hand, holding your flask in the other hand. You look around you and everything looks normal, and you look at that copper bracelet and you see that scarab beetle on the copper bracelet, and you know that it wasn't there before. And you place that back in the box with the tusk. And you talk with others at this archaeological dig, and you share your expertise, only you share more than you otherwise should have known because of your experience. You share that there should be some evidence of a settlement just a little way along these undulating hills. You share that it seems like everyone left before the tsunami hit, and that they must have known that that was coming. And you don't explain how you know any of this. You just say these are your hypotheses. And you're shown to a tent you'll be staying in for the night. You stay in that tent, thinking about the experience you've had, pondering its meaning. And as you lie down to sleep, so you start to feel a deep connection with the world around you, as if something about that state between wakefulness and sleep allows you to connect with a deeper reality. And you wonder, when you head back the way you came, whether you'll re-encounter that wise old man, whether you'll decide to pick any of those mushrooms for the future. And you know more about making a potent version of that drink than perhaps that wise man even knew. But for now, you settle down in the tent and you drift and float so peacefully, so calmly relaxed, asleep into Slumberland.